Good evening. I will call this meeting to order. Adrian, time?
Time is 6 o'clock.
Thank you. Can you take roll call, please?
Ms. Barnes.
Present.
Ms. Borrego.
She called and she is going to be taking care of her mom tonight.
Ms. Maldonado.
Present.
Mr. Martinez.
Present.
Ms. Ortega.
Here.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Ms. Zuniga.
Here.
That will take us to the next item. If we can have the students want to join us leading the Pledge of Allegiance, the Texas flag. One of these.
I honor the Texas flag.
No, Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
I'll take us to the next item.
Item 1E, CASD Vision and Mission Statements.
Ms. Ortega, if you could lead us in the vision, and Ms. Barnes in the mission.
Our mission. We provide equitable opportunities to ensure our future ready students are empowered to explore, learn, grow, and excel.
And our vision, lead today, impact tomorrow.
Now I'll take us to the next item.
Item number 2, Board Honors. 2A, performance from Canutillo High School student musicians who qualified for the Texas State UIL Solo and Ensemble Competition. Evelyn Blair in flute, Dela Vasquez in clarinet, and Brandon Lara in euphonium. Presenter is Cristina Rodriguez.
Board President Rodriguez, members of the board, and Dr. Galaviz. We will begin tonight's program with musical performances from a few of our talented students. Unfortunately, a few of them couldn't make it tonight, so we're going to have one stellar performance instead. But please remain in your seats, and we will call you down when it's time to begin our presentations. Good evening, I am Cristina Rodriguez, filling in for Gustavo Reveles, and it is my honor tonight to highlight some of the amazing work that is being done in Canutillo by students and staff. We begin tonight with a performance by a Canutillo High School student musician who was part of the transformation of our music program. Earlier this spring, 3 Canutillo High School students performed Class 1 solo numbers at the regional UIL Solo Ensemble competition, one of the most difficult type of performances students may tackle. Tonight, one of these students will show off why she is among the best of the best student musicians in El Paso. She competed at the Texas Music Educators Association All-Region Audition and came out 4th in the region, plus competed in the TMEA area audition where she claimed 7th place in the area. We will hear from Evelyn Blair on flute performing Debussy's Syrinx. Unfortunately, fellow competitor Brandon Lara couldn't make it tonight, and Leila Vasquez is in attendance but not able to perform due to an injury. But without further ado, playing on behalf of the trio, Evelyn, the stage is yours. job, Evelyn. Wasn't she outstanding? So as I mentioned, these students performed a Class 1 solo, a more rigorous piece of music. What I didn't mention is that they earned a Division I rating for their performance, the highest rating given by the judges. Their rating has earned them a spot in the UIL State Solo Ensemble Contest, a chance to compete with the very best student musicians in the state. Congratulations to each and every one of them. Trustees, please join us in the front of the dais to begin board honors. As you all heard, the talent in Canutillo ISD is undeniable. This spring, 6 Canutillo High School students participated in the regional UIL solo ensemble competition and received the coveted Division I rating, the highest given. The 6 students are part of a renewed effort in Canutillo to emphasize and promote the fine arts. Under the leadership of band director Andres Rodriguez, the 6 students make up one of the largest classes from Canutillo High School to earn top ratings at this contest. We celebrate these students tonight as a way to keep our focus on high impact education and the importance of fine arts. And please help us honor the CHS students who received Division I ratings at the regional UIL solo ensemble contest. Once again, Evelyn Blair in flute. Evelyn is a state qualifier. Miss Leila Vasquez, clarinet. Leila is our third state qualifier. And we'd like to acknowledge our 3 additional students who will be receiving their award by Mr. Andres Rodriguez, and that's Diego Diaz, tenor saxophone. Brandon Lara, euphonium. Brandon is also a state qualifier. Oriana Mason, clarinet. And Kayla Saladanya, alto saxophone.
High school principal.
Thank you. Congratulations. What an amazing way to kick off this ceremony. Our next honor goes to a student who made national history this year as part of his participation in the Project Search internship program. Cash Johnson, a student at Canutillo High School, is part of the first cohort first cohort of Project Search, a partnership between CISD and the Hospitals of Providence designed to help and train students with special needs for professional job opportunities after their graduation from high school. Earlier this year, Cash made history by becoming the first Project Search student to receive a pharmacy training license. supervision. This is a huge accomplishment that shows our students have the drive, capacity, and support to meet their academic and professional goals. Please, once again, let's hear it for Cash Johnson.
So proud of you, Cash. So proud of you. But this wouldn't be if Providence, Mr. Bird, I need you to come up and say a couple words. Because if it weren't our partnerships, this would not happen. So I'd like you to say a couple what it means to the Board of Trustees. Because they have no idea what we do. Just like your board. Any board.
This is a real honor. Gosh, I could stand up here and probably talk for 45 minutes about what this Project Search class, this is what our second class now, what this first class did for the Hospital Province, the Trans Mountain campus. Wow. As I told all the students when you guys first showed up, Cash, you might remember, yes, the program's designed to teach life skills to these students and so they can go on and gain gainful employment. But it's not even close what you guys did for us as a hospital. You guys made us better. You made us better individuals, all of our directors. I'm going to try to hold it together here, guys, because this is very passionate for me. You guys are absolutely amazing, and all of our directors are better because of having the students in the hospital. So I'm fortunate. I've gone onto our Sierra campus, and we have a Project Search class that we just started through EPISD, and I had lunch with them yesterday. We're starting it all over. We're going to do it right. If we're going to do something, we're going to do it right. But what we started here with CanTU at Trans Mountain is very, very special, and I can take the students that we've hired, best employees. I'm very loyal. We had them present at our governing board, very similar to this. Folks that own their own businesses to open their eyes of what these kids can actually do for their companies. So it's very special, very, very meaningful. It moved me to actually become a better leader myself, quite honestly. So thank you, Cash. We're super proud of you, brother.
As part of our celebration of the first cohort of Project Search, Special Education Director Elvia Moreno has some words for our partners at the Hospitals of Providence. Ms. Moreno?
Thank you, everybody. Pretty emotional for me. So, thank you, Board of Trustees. Without your support and help, this would not be available. So, thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. Today, we are here to celebrate a remarkable partnership that embodies the spirit and inclusivity and empowerment. We are recognizing these incredible leaders and their staff that have embraced our Project Search students with disabilities by providing them with invaluable opportunities to thrive in a supportive environment. Our very own Cash Johnson is a great example, while others have also gained employment that have graduated from Project Search, by the way. So great job, Cash. Awesome. We will continue to advocate as Brenda Matamoros, who is our transition specialist, she spearheads this whole process, continues to help give these great opportunities for our students in conjunction with Empowering Hands and Texas Workforce Commission. And in May, we will be completing the second cohort of graduates. Hopefully you will be able to attend. We do have some employees here from the Empowering Hands and Texas Workforce Commission. At its core, Project Search is not just about job training. It is about transforming lives. For many of our students, this program represents a chance to build skills, gain confidence, and become an integral member of the workforce. The commitment shown by the Hospitals of Providence reflects a profound understanding of the importance of diversity and the value that each individual brings to our community. To Mr. Bird, to Mr. Worley, our new CEO from the Hospitals of Providence, to Ms. Lawson, to Ms. Selena Azar, your leadership has been pivotal in fostering a culture of acceptance and growth. By welcoming our students into your hospital, you have not only opened doors for them, but have also enriched your organization and ours with their unique perspectives and talents. Your vision of inclusivity is an inspiration to us all. To your staff, your directors, your staff out there, thank you for unwavering support and mentorship. You have gone above and beyond to ensure that our students feel valued and empowered. Your patience, guidance, and encouragement have made a significant impact on their lives. It is heartwarming to see how you have embraced these young individuals, celebrating their achievements and helping them navigate challenges. Thank you once again to the Hospitals of Providence leadership, to your staff, and Empowering Hands and Texas Workforce Commission. Your dedication and commitment to our Project Search students, your effort are making profound difference, and we are excited to see what the future holds for you. So, Board of Trustees, it is my honor to Mr. Burke, please come up. Mr. Worley, our new CEO, please come up. Ms. Selena Azar, please come up. We do have a little gift for you. Thank you. Terrence Cash Johnson, come on up, please, and join us. Mr. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. A little tighter, please. Alright. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
She's our project search teacher at the hospital.
Perfect, thank you. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Other duties. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and open your eyes, 3.
Thank you, Hospital of Providence, for being a amazing partner with our regional ISP. Board President Rodriguez, members of the board, and Dr. Galaviz, this concludes this month's board honors.
Adrian, now we'll take this to the next item.
Item number 3, open forum. Any person wishing to address the board during the period reserved for public comment at a board meeting must sign up to be heard in accordance with District Policy BED Local. Each participant will be limited to 3 minutes to make comments to the board. The board is not permitted to discuss or act over any issues that are not posted on the agenda for tonight's meeting. For further information on these policies, contact the Superintendent's Administrative Assistant. Mr. President, today we have 7 community members that signed up. The first one is Ms. Chelsea Anchieta. in regards to the elementary school counseling advocacy.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Ancheta, and I'm the proud school counselor at Jose Damian Elementary. For the past 5 years, I have served Canigdio community and was sadly informed yesterday about the proposed cuts to the elementary school program and those positions. Let me start first by saying that our kids need us to be that safe person, that warm welcome. Our students, no matter the age, need to know that they belong and that they are supported. At JDE, we are proud to have placed such a high priority on student and staff well-being that we have even taught pre-K students about deep breathing, coping skills, how to be a friend, and how to forgive others. Throughout my past 5 years as a school counselor, I have uncovered and intercepted countless cases of child abuse, suicide outcries, and even suicide attempts. I don't just speak on behalf of JDE, but of all 6 elementary schools when I say that elementary students are being admitted and inpatient hospitalized at an alarming rate with symptoms of depression, anxiety, and self-inflicted harm. Even with all of the tier 1, 2, and 3 supports in place, the sad truth is that we have elementary students who are at great risk of death by suicide. Unfortunately, it's not a matter of if this will happen, but when. As a school counselor, I have devoted every moment and every possible opportunity to interact with students and their families because every positive interaction matters. The rapport matters. The visibility, the positivity, and sense of belonging matters. Our students need to know that no matter what, our doors are always open for them. Whether it's through whole class counseling lessons, small group counseling, or meeting with students on a one-to-one basis, we are their safe person. There is no job that has ever brought me more joy and more gratitude than being an elementary school counselor. We are our students' first exposure to skills like self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, coping skills, positive self-talk, goal setting, career development, the list goes on and on. The ASCA, or American School Counseling Association model, recommends a ratio of 250 students per 1 school counselor. By reducing the elementary school counseling positions, I am afraid that our students will not be seen, heard, or recognized. Over time, these are the students who will fall through the cracks and not be awarded with the recognition, acceptance, and attention they deserve. Our students need us, and their lives are far too important to be affected by budget cuts. I am asking and strongly encouraging the board to reconsider.
Thank you, Ms. Ancheta. Next participant is Ms. Heather Atherton in regards to the elementary counseling restructure.
Good evening. Dr. Galaviz, members of the school board, and everyone present here this evening. I am honored to have the opportunity to speak with you tonight about the role our school counselor plays on our campus and the profound impact she has on the well-being and success of our students. Ms. Ancheta can first be found early in the morning at the front doors of our campus where she greets every student. She offers personalized and uplifting messages that ensure students feel seen, valued, and supported. She regularly provides whole group lessons teaching essential social-emotional skills to all. She offers individual and small group counseling to address the unique needs of students who require extra support, and also does quick check-ins for students who need consistency and structure when their schedule changes. When a student is in crisis, she offers immediate assistance. She works closely with the student, providing a safe and supportive space for them to navigate through their emotions. She collaborates with families and other professionals to ensure that students receive the ongoing support they need. Her leadership extends beyond the counseling duties. She serves as our leader of school design services, helping implement a new social-emotional learning component in the classroom that focuses on the whole child. Her leadership ensures that we prioritize social and emotional well-being, knowing that when those needs are met, true learning can occur. She leads our Kindness Club. She brings students together to make a positive impact in our school. Her deep commitment to the military-connected families has earned our campus a Purple Star designation. a reflection of her passion and dedication to all students and families. She organizes Career Day, inspiring students to explore their future career paths. She leads our College Day, encouraging students to dream big about higher education. And additionally, she's in charge of our Student of the Month program, recognizing students for their hard work, dedication, and positive contributions to the school. Ms. Ancheta leads our PBIS initiatives. Through monthly incentives, she provides students that they stay motivated and engaged, reinforcing their growth in a safe and supportive learning environment. She leads our STAR Rally, a highly anticipated event designed to motivate and inspire students as they prepare for the upcoming STAR testing. She is also host of our annual SEL Social Emotional Learning Night, an event designed to bring families and school communities together to explore fun wellness activities and connect them with beneficial services. She fosters an environment where students can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Her work ensures that students are ready to take on the challenges ahead. It is clear that her contributions extend far beyond the traditional responsibilities of a school counselor. She has a profound impact on our school community, supporting students, staff, working with families, leading important initiatives, and ensuring the success and well-being of everyone on campus. She is so highly respected, admired, and plays such a crucial role on our campus that she has been selected as our Teacher of the Year at Jose Damian Elementary School. With that being said, it's challenging to envision a future where the work of a single counselor can effectively be distributed across multiple campuses while still achieving the same positive outcomes for our most valuable asset, our children. Thank you.
Next participant is Dr. Cynthia Araya Wiltshire in regards to the budget decisions and potential elimination of the pre-kindergarten and its implications for children and families and teachers.
Good evening, my name is Cynthia Wilshire. I'm an assistant professor of early childhood education at UTEP, and I'm delighted to be here to speak in support of the district's pre-K programming. Understanding the necessity of a balanced budget, I assert that the expense of continuing pre-programming is more important, or is outweighed, the programming outweighs the cost of its running. First, district pre-K is essential for working families. As was demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic, childcare is critical to keeping adults at work and associated economies running. Second, district pre-K is carefully designed to prepare children to be day one ready for kindergarten. Developmental neuroscience demonstrates that there are long-term positive and academic and socio-emotional benefits to children enrolled in pre-K. And here again, COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated how children who miss school because of health and safety mandates returned less prepared. Third, district pre-K has the potential to engender long-term societal benefits. There are positive associations between quality pre-K and, for example, high school graduation, the lessening of unplanned pregnancies, adolescent incarceration, and the benefits of secondary education completion. As demonstration of the important work that occurs in the pre-K, I offer an example of one teacher and one child, although this happens with every teacher in every classroom across the district. I overheard Ms. Sarah Rios recently as she helped a 3-year-old using a glue bottle. Gotita, 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 que sea muy poquita. Now, for those of you who are not early childhood educators, this may seem simply an adorable rhyme. However, if you have experience working with a 3-year-old in a glue bottle, either with your own child or otherwise, you may understand why this statement really matters. Every experience for a young child is brand new, and as such, they make mistakes. It would be easier to say, stop, don't, that's too much, you're wasting glue. But the rhyme Ms. Rios implemented guided the child, honoring his abilities as a little one who would very likely fail at the new experience. Developmentally, Ms. Rios showed the child what to do as she bent over his desk. And she also engaged the child in principles of math and language arts. Muy poquita, very little. That's comparative mathematical vocabulary. It's building blocks of advanced math. Gotita, gotita, gotita. That's repetition. It's phonemic awareness. Those are the building blocks of effective reading. In a bilingual classroom, Ms. Rios edified the culture and richness of this community. I will end with a metaphor. Pre-K teachers are much like science teachers. Science teachers open the world to curious students, implementing tools such as microscopes and telescopes to see things that are unfamiliar, too small or too far away to notice without guidance. Pre-K teachers do the same. They, however, are the tools that allow young children to look, learn, grow, and develop. Thank you very much.
Next participant is Ms. Sarah Ann Rios in regards to the pre-K 3 elimination.
Good evening, President of the Board, board members, and Dr. Galavis. Yes, that is me. Gotita, gotita, que sea un poquita. My name is Sarah Rios, and I am the pre-K2 language teacher at Canutillo Elementary School. I have the privilege to be hired as a teacher to pioneer the pre-K3 program for Canutillo ISD. I took the position because I was very impressed with the district's accomplishments, and I wanted to be part of it. As a former 5th grade teacher, I encounter many students missing a strong foundation on academics, creating gaps in their learning. They struggle. We work hard, and at the end, we succeed. When I had the opportunity to teach in the lower grades, I made it my mission to make sure my students had the strongest academic and emotional foundation to succeed, not only in school, but emotionally as well. My pre-K3 students recognize capital letters, lowercase letters, and their sounds. They recognize their names, and some can tell you all the letters in their name very proudly. They can count, recognize colors, and name shapes. And they can even tell you if you are playing the wrong time or at the wrong time. All these done through songs, games, and kinesthetic activities. It's a child-centered approach emphasizing independence. At the same time, I focus on the whole child to address their social, emotional, intellectual, and physical development. This is the age where they learn to self-regulate their emotions. Board of Trustees, I would like for you to take a moment and think about your own kids, grandkids, or any kids in your family, in the Canutillo community. Would you deny those kids that you care for and love? For the kids in our community, the opportunity to be part of a pre-K program. You have the opportunity to make a difference. Pre-K is where the seed is planted, is where their future starts, and it's up to you to be part of it. The best gift you can give any child is for that child to know that he or she matters. Build their confidence and give them the certainty and support for them to know that they can conquer and do anything they set their mind to. And those are my pre-K3 students. If you provide them with the tools and you believe in them, they will. I trust you that you being part of this community and having family and or friends that have attended or attend Canutillo Elementary will vote yes to keep the pre-K program to continue servicing our amazing kids. Thank you for your consideration and your time.
Next participant is Alejandra Diaz Vidal in regards to the pre-K program.
Hello, dear members of the board. My name is Alejandra Diaz Vidal. I am the mother of 2 little girls who attend Canutillo and Reyes Elementary. I wanted to take a moment to express my sincere sympathy and understanding as you navigate the difficult decisions regarding the cuts in the district. I know these choices are never easy and come with significant challenges. Please know I recognize the immense responsibilities that come with these decisions, and I deeply appreciate the thoughtful and hard work you are putting in to ensure the best outcomes for everyone involved. For that reason, and for the trust I have placed in you as the leaders in the district, where I'm raising my daughters, I decided to be here to voice my concern over the cancellation of the pre-K3 program over at Canutillo Elementary, and to provide testimony of the tremendous impact Ms. Rios has had in my daughter's education. Ms. Rios' influence under early childhood development has been nothing but transformative. Her exceptional teaching methods and the meaningful milestones she has helped my children achieve and their cognitive, academic, and personal growth have had an impact that I'm sure will last for years to come. The importance of early childhood education cannot be overstated, and I've seen firsthand how Ms. Rios' teaching has set my daughters up for success. Research has shown that early child years of a child's life especially around the age of 3, are critical for brain development. This period is a window of opportunity for stimulating cognitive, emotional, and social development, which is why it is so crucial for children to receive the right support and stimulation at this age. Through Ms. Rios' teaching, my daughters have been engaged in activities that have built a strong foundation for their future academic success. Their literacy, mathematical thinking, cognitive skills, and even scientific curiosity through La Gotita Gotita is going to go a long way. It is also important to recognize that the Pre-K-3 program plays a crucial role in identifying and supporting children who are at risk for falling behind due to various circumstances. I'm a speech therapist who services the area for home help, and I serve those little kids that have special needs. So I see that this program is an essential resource for children who may not otherwise receive the stimulation and guidance necessary for intervention. For 3 years old, this is a crucial time as their developmental needs. We need to provide them with the tools they need to succeed later in their academic careers. The Canutillo Independent School District mission is your mission. It's to ensure all students graduated prepared for success in a global society. This mission focuses on excellence, equity, and opportunity for every child in the district, regardless of their background. By continuing to support and invest in the Pre-K-3 program, the district would be directly honoring this mission. Early childhood education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Lorena Gutierrez in regards to the Montessori program.
Buenas tardes, doctor Galadis. Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. Buenas tardes a esta honorable audiencia. Vengo a hablar un poquito del sistema Montessori. Se me hace que tengo ya 2 minutos porque en el trayecto que hice de mi lugar aquí ya perdí uno. Pero quiero resumir porque ya en este término de este ciclo escolar va a ser la primera generación Montessori del Paso. Un gran acontecimiento en esta comunidad, en esta ciudad. Poner el ejemplo para otras escuelas, para otros distritos, no nada más del Paso. Esto tiene una proyección a nivel nacional. Cómo estos niños aprovechan un sistema diferente de educación, que es el sistema Montessori. Aquí tenemos lo que llamamos el ambiente preparado. Del ambiente preparado está por áreas, lo que es vida práctica, lo que les va a durar para el resto de la vida. Bueno, creo que todo les va a ayudar para el resto de la vida. Tenemos lo que es matemáticas, lo que es lenguaje, lo que son áreas culturales, que ya ahí está intrínseco, biología, el cuerpo humano, los animales, ciencias. Todas esas actividades están dentro de nuestro currículo. En ese ambiente preparado está de fácil a difícil. Los niños, no porque sea un sistema Montessori, quiere decir que van a jugar o que van a hacer lo que quieran. Ese es el tópico que se entiende por Montessori. Aquí ellos aprenden a escoger. Aprenden con su movimiento de ir a escoger su trabajo. Aprenden también gracia y cortesía. Qué importante es saber cómo decir gracias, cómo estar agradecido, cómo tener ese espacio con el compañero y saber pedir perdón, saber reconocer cuál es la raíz de un conflicto que puede terminar en una paz interior. Esto son parte de lo que hacemos en el programa Montessori. De parte de nuestro equipo, somos un equipo, somos 3 salones en 2 diferentes escuelas. Honramos la decisión que ustedes deben tomar para el beneficio del distrito.
Muchas gracias. Me quiero despedir con una práctica que hacemos con los niños al terminar el día y es pongan las manos en su corazón y vamos a repetir. Soy un buen niño. Soy una buena niña. Ay, y ese timer ya sonó. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Next participant is Ms. Guadalupe Montañez in regards to the Diana Davenport and the Montessori program.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Calaviz. First of all, I completely understand that there will be many difficult decisions that will have to be made tonight. I would not want to be sitting in your chairs, and I respect every single one of you, but I am here to advocate and give a voice to my students, my teachers, my staff, campus, and community. I've been at Diana Davenport for the last 7 years, and out of those 7 years, our campus has been the one that has had to face constant fear of being closed. Our community, teachers, staff, and students rallied to promote the bond so that our campus would remain open, and we were successful. I know that there are many uncertainties, but one thing I am certain of is that our school has a heartbeat. My teachers have a heartbeat and love our campus. We constantly advocate for one another, for our successes, and pick each other up on our failures. We never give up. The continuous uncertainty we had last year affected our students and teachers tremendously, morally, emotionally, and academically. With the continuous fear of closing our campus for the 3rd time, I try to keep this from our teachers and students so they would not suffer academically. I ask that you please look at all avenues to help us stay open until our new campus is ready. The avenues that do not directly affect the students and their academic achievement. I continuously advocate for our campus and look forward to having the pre-K and Montessori programs available not only for our community, but for our future community in the Enchanted area. I at Diana Davenport have 20 children on the wait list for Montessori, and Garcia Elementary has 60 students on the wait list for Montessori. We also have students who not only enroll in Montessori, but want to do pre-K. So this is something that we have to reflect on and think about for the future. These are students who, if not enrolled here at Canutillo ISD, will enroll at our neighboring district, which is EPISD. We don't want that. In closing, I want to thank you for the opportunity of speaking to you tonight and just ask you to come together as a board, as a team of 6 tonight, and make the decisions that are going to affect our students positively. Thank you.
Mr. President, that concludes all the participants for open forum for tonight. Next item number 4, public hearing / other. 4A, a public hearing will be held on March 25th regarding the 2023-2024 District Annual Board Report. The public will be invited for public comment. Presenter Ms. Jessica Harrison.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Good evening, Board President Rodriguez, Dr. Galaviz, Board of Trustees. I'm here tonight to present to you the District Annual Board Report. This is an annual report that is required by TEA. We will be reviewing some assessment data and other information related to our school district. Just a reminder that this is the 23-24 District Annual Report, and primarily it is based on the TABOR report, which is the Texas Academic Performance Report. We will have about 5 sections that I will present to you. There will be time for questions from the board and from the audience, should there be any. All of this information will be posted tomorrow on our district website under the Assessment and Accountability webpage. There are links to these live and complete reports through TEA, along with additional information from this presentation for your review and for the public's review. All right. Our first section here, so the 2024 accountability ratings. As many of you know, due to ongoing litigation, sorry about that, this year we did not yet receive a letter grade rating. Our special education determination status is needs assistance. And we know that this is an area we need to work on. There are 4 levels. Meets requirement is the first level, needs assistance is the second level. Our special education department is working closely with campuses and teachers to ensure that we can meet requirements soon in the future. This determination status comes from our results-driven accountability, and it is primarily based on our students who receive special education services and how they perform on the STAR test. Okay, on the next slide, we look at our district academic performance summary. These are all of our students in the district, all combined. So all of the different STAR tests that they take at the different levels is bulked into one. So when we look at our English language arts, our math, and our science and social studies, we're looking at all of our students who tested across the district. While we see that there in the orange is our approaches grade level, which is a passing score. Okay? However, what we want to focus on is our meets and masters grade level. If you look at our meets grade level, and those are highlighted in blue, you can see that we are staying very competitive in our region when we look at how our performance is. When we look at the master's level, that's in dark green, those are our students that are consistently, they are ready for the next grade level. That is an early indicator of college and career readiness, and that's where we want our students to be. We want them to be falling in the blue and green levels. As you can see, there are some areas where we are right in line with Region 19 and the state of Texas, and there are many areas where we are actually surpassing those percentages for our students. Especially in math, science, and social studies, we are currently performing at the meets level above the region and above the state. In the other areas where we are not maybe above them, we're right there with them. When we look at our English language arts performance, the state is at 54% meets grade level, Region 19 is at 52% meets grade level, and we are sitting at 53% meets grade level. So we know that a lot of what we do is working. Are there any questions about the data on this slide specifically?
Hi. So I just want to clarify something. The data from 2023, that was still paper and pencil, correct?
Sorry. No, 2023 was online.
Oh, it was online
Yes,
already?
it was online. And so when we look at this data, there are a few things to consider. We started online STAR testing in 2021. 2022 was online, but that was the old version of our STAR test. With 2023 and 2024, it brought in the updated version of the STAR test. We saw the recombination of writing into the reading test, whereas they used to both be 2 separate assessments. And then in 2024, we saw TEA bring in the automated scoring engine. And what that means is that approximately 75% of those assessments are scored by electronics, okay? It's not exactly AI, but it's very close. So it's a scoring engine that has been trained by the teachers that TEA brought in to help calibrate that machine. So 75% of our results of the student essays were scored by that automated scoring engine. The other 25% were scored by humans. And so that was a big change, because prior to that, 2023 and prior, those essays and those written responses were scored by humans. And so we are seeing a little bit of that effect in our results. We're staying competitive, but we did feel it, right? Because it's different. It's not a person sitting there making that decision on whether or not a child met the requirements, but rather a computer. Excellent question.
My next question is, what is the district doing to prepare the students to do this ECRs and SCRs online?
Okay. I will hand that question over to Dr. Ariano, our curriculum and instruction.
So we're really working.
Excuse me, sorry. Can you give what that acronym is?
ECR is your extended constructive response, and SCR is your short constructive response. In other words, like an essay almost, and then like a short response.
Right, so we've all of our assessments that the common unit assessments, we're encouraging teachers to provide that opportunity for students throughout their instruction and during assessments. So any writing activities, any problem of the day, exit tickets, just really enforcing that opportunity for them to write across all content areas. Because the more they can write across the content in math, in science, and social studies, the stronger they will become when it comes to test time. We're also allowing them to give them opportunities to do it on the computer so they become familiar with that environment and testing, because that's also important, because of the day of the test, it's all done digitally, electronically. Also, our high quality instructional materials that we're enforcing, our wonders, our STEM scopes, the lesson plans and the scope and sequence that's provided by those encourage opportunities for our students to write. So if they're following that and they're bringing in their own art of teaching, that's the best thing that they can do. So we're supporting throughout the district for them to do that.
One other question, do you know if when they grade them, are they looking at, I know a lot of teachers, myself included, we use the racist strategy for the writing purposes. So do you know if the grading, the way that they grade it, is it like, are they looking for the restated topic, the answering, the citations, all of that?
Yes, it's very similar to that. So the machine is looking for them to actually answer the question, to provide text evidence, to provide support, and then have a closing. We can provide you with that specific information, and I apologize that I don't have it with me, but it is a two-pronged scoring engine. So students are scored on their mechanics, and then they're also scored on their ideas and response. So it's actually two, and each student receives 2 scores.
I would really like to have that. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
To ask a question, I guess, off of the last answer that you just gave. So if it's 2 scores per response, do we find that our students are lacking in one of those 2 areas, or do they seem to be kind of across the board doing the same between both the mechanics and the response?
So that's a big question, and we are seeing that our writing scores are not where we want them to be, and it is a combination of both, right? But if a student doesn't have the components as far as the ideas and the organization, they can't get the other points, right? And so they can't exactly. But we can include that as well in that board packet. We can provide you with the scoring rubric information, and it very clearly identifies how those constructive responses are scored.
Perfect, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. On the next slide, we look at our breakdown specifically by our elementary campuses. We included the English language arts and mathematics on this slide. Each campus's data tells a different story of where they are maybe struggling and where they are excelling. So when we look at this, I know that the C&I department, Dr. Ariano and her team focused very closely with PLCs, working with teachers on ensuring that we are focusing on that meets and masters performance, because we know that if we can get them to perform at the meets and masters level, that they will also approach. Not only do they pass, but they're showing that they're fully ready for the next grade level and that they're really ready to master that content. I know that they've worked very hard on ensuring that our students, that teachers understand the data-driven process, that they know how to use the information that they have on their students to help specialize their instruction, to ensure that our students who are high-performing continue to be high performing from year to year, right? Because that's what we really want to see. If a student met grade level last year, we want to see them meet or master grade level this year. So that's been a very specific focus of the work in PLCs as at a district-wide level. Are there any questions about individual campus performance or campus approaches?
So when I was analyzing the data, I noticed specifically for English language arts, looks like we had quite a bit of growth at both CES and GES. And so I'm wondering if we kind of picked the brains of the principals of those campuses to find out what are we doing here, are we doing anything differently at these campuses that we can implement elsewhere? Because I know the population is also quite different between those two campuses as well, so that intrigued me.
Yeah, and we do have our district PLCs where we bring all campuses together just for that reason, Ms. Barnes, so that they can share what they're doing, they can look at the data and really just talk about the strategies that they're incorporating in their grade levels. And so we give them that opportunity to have those deep discussions amongst each other as teachers. And principals are always working closely together. And we talk about it during leadership as well.
I think what she's asked, but
okay. I think you asked about specific campuses and you know, some of the great things that they were doing maybe to make a difference. I know in particular at Garcia, I know that Ms. Alarcon really had a big campaign on growth and really challenging her students, her teachers. It just became a growth culture that particular year, and she just really saw tremendous gains. And so that's just one example.
Ms. Alarcon is back there. Ms. Alarcon, can you come up and share some of the strategies that you're doing to your achievement?
And if I may, because I noticed that GES grew a lot in both English language arts and mathematics, so you were supported in both categories.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I did challenge all my students and teachers and staff after our first interim. It was a growth challenge. I did went out there during PE and said, if you guys show growth, I will treat you to a field trip at the end of the year. And this was to the Chihuahuas, for sure, and to the movies. Their reaction was amazing. I mean, some kids haven't had that experience to go to those two places. And what they also did is they held their teachers accountable because they said, I want to pass. So they were listening and learning, and I would remind them all the time, and they would always be in the hallway, I'm going to pass, I'm going to do good, I'm going to do good. And so, yes, it put me in a bind because I had a lot of growth. And we did have a parent that did help with donating the money, which was wonderful. So it was great. And plus, we did set individual goals for each of those kids. They had it written down, and we reached out to the parents. Administration reached out to the parents, letting them know, this is what your child needs help with.
Basically, you had the child take care of their own. They knew where they were.
Yes.
And they knew where they wanted
They
to go.
had it in writing, and this is where they needed to be at.
I think it's more than a movie, and even though that is enticing.
Right.
But did you do more learning walks? Did you do more?
Absolutely,
more. You concentrated on some power teams.
And our PLCs were very targeted. We did have a lot of help from CNI as far as helping to look at the STAR 2.0, the extended response, the short response, different strategies that the kids could use for their STAR test. A lot of collaboration also with our math coordinators and so forth, that we had 90-minute PLCs the entire year, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. It was on a weekly basis. And there was times where I would just, once a month, the teachers would get a 90-minute block to be on their own. You know, I would give them a chance to plan on their own, and the other ones they were led by administration. So we had different opportunities. They did ask me, can we have some time to our own planning? I said, yes, absolutely. And they were also, the way we have our rotation schedule, the grade levels were together to vertically also plan as far as are third graders going to be ready for the next grade level? What troubles are you having that you see that can be targeted now before they go to the next grade level? And vice versa. Fourth grade might say, hey, this is what I see in my fourth graders that they need to reinforce in third grade before they get to fourth grade. So we had a lot of great PLCs together, but most than anything, the kids were just excited to go to a field trip. Excited. And, you know, I didn't have to tell my teachers, oh, you guys have to really do this and it's not. They were holding them accountable. They were ready to learn. And yes, I did a lot of cheering and encouraging them the day of STAR and say, remember your goal, remember this. And it was tiring, but it was all worth it. And yes, it was stressful I had to come up with $5,000 to take them to the field trip. But it was done. And I'm glad I didn't want to let them down because they were looking forward to me. I said, I don't want to lose that trust. Because if I don't comply, they're not going to believe me anymore. But thank God it all worked out. Thank you.
Thank you.
I commend all the campuses, and you know, it does, what Ms. Alarcon said about the vertical planning. I think it is so important when you're planning with the grade level above, the grade level below, because it's not just the testing grades that are responsible, it's the entire campus. It's the entire campus. And in my time, I remember at CE we used to have, I think they were called WIGs. If someone can help me, the goal for the student individual. And it's good to start holding these students accountable. You know, they're at an age where they have to be responsible for their learning. The teacher nowadays is kind of like a facilitator. I teach you, I show you, and then collaborative learning, take off, do it. My question to you, Ms. Dr. Arellano, is as far as the curriculum materials, adopted materials, every campus and then the elementary has the same, right? For math?
Yes,
what are they using for math right now?
STEMscopes, which is on the commissioner's list as a high quality instructional material. We started that 2 years ago and they just got approved, so we were ahead of the game.
And it's an actually physical book or online?
No, it's online. However, you do have the option to print.
Okay.
We do have the option to buy printed materials, which now that it's going to be on the commissioner's list, will be allocated an additional $40 by the state per student to be able to purchase the item as well as the print.
So during this data, they were using STEMscopes. And for ELER?
Wonders, Maravillas for elementary.
And science?
My perspectives for secondary.
Science?
I'm sorry?
For science?
Savas got adopted this year.
And for social studies?
It's still up in the air. We're still with a gap year.
What were they using though? What is currently?
Elementary is Savas and secondary is McGraw-Hill.
McGraw-Hill.
Well, kudos, because El Paso is using Studies Weekly.
Oh my goodness.
No comment. Okay, that was the question. Thank you.
All right. On the next slide, we look at the performance of specifically our middle school campuses. And again, remember this is all the grade levels together. When we look at science and social studies, please keep in mind that it's just our 8th graders who test in those subject areas. But when you're looking at English language arts and mathematics, that is all 6th through 8th grade students that are testing. You know, we see that, we know that the automated scoring engine, we knew it was coming. but we didn't really know what it was going to look like until we actually had our year with it. We used it, we got the results. And, you know, I commend all of our campuses because we did see some drops. We saw some very strong, we saw ourselves go up in some areas, but we saw ourselves drop in other areas. And all of the campuses kind of banded together, and we knew that we had to do something different this year. And we're already looking forward to see, you know, the fruit of that labor as we go into start testing in the next few weeks. Is there any questions about middle schools before we move on to end of course?
Not a question, but again, looking at the data, you know, we're aiming for masters.
Yes.
We're aiming for masters. So if you compare the growth between the masters from 23 to 24 for English language arts, mathematics, science, and social studies, there was growth for 2024. So I think we're headed in the right direction.
Absolutely. If I may.
In regards to the masters, English language arts specifically stood out to me here because we grew quite a bit at each campus, so kudos to both campuses there. What I did notice though, for mathematics, science, and social studies, it seems that CMS and, correct me if I'm wrong, is CMS the campus that focuses more so on STEM, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, sorry. So the mathematics and science really makes sense, I guess, that they came out even a little bit more ahead in that master's area. So good job, CMS especially for the mathematics, science, and social studies, because those are definitely hard categories to continue that growth in masters. So
thank you. On the next slide, we look at our district academic performance summary for end of course exams, or our EOC exams. Now, when we look at this district summary, this includes all students across the district at both high schools, and in English 1 and Algebra 1, we also had some of our middle school students who took an EOC last spring. And so when you look at this, this is showing everyone together. We have some slides later to kind of look specifically at each campus, but when we look at it, we are staying, you know, within the region. When we look at our Algebra 1, Region 19 is at 49%, State is at 43%, but we're holding very strong at 46%. And we're looking at, we have students in 7th grade who take Algebra 1 all the way up through high school. And so that's very, very positive. When we look at our biology and U.S. history, those are two of our highest performing end of course exams. We consistently perform very well in those exams. Our passing rates are excellent, and I know that a lot of work is being done to not just have those passing rates be excellent, but to bring those meets and masters up. We look at about 90% of our students district-wide will pass biology on their first attempt, 96% in U.S. history. And we know the closer we get to 100%, it's a little bit harder to maintain, but all of our secondary campuses have done an excellent job in continuing to meet that criteria, continuing to challenge the students to do their best. All right. On the next slide, we look specifically just at our two high schools. So when we look at our EOC performance at the high schools, we see that Northwest Early College, they are 99% and 100% passing in all of the EOC subjects, which by design, we should see that there. When we look at our meets and masters performance, we're seeing, 65% of those students are meeting grade level in Algebra 1, 24% are mastering. We look at biology, we had some phenomenal numbers at Northwest last year. 93% of those students met grade level and 52% mastered grade level. When they take biology at the early college, it is a dual credit course, and so it is very rigorous, and I think that we're seeing those results in those EOC scores. We look at U.S. history, Northwest, 83% meeting grade level, 41% of those students mastering grade level. English 2 as well, 96%, 100%, 99% passing, and then 96% are meeting grade levels. So there's some excellent instruction going on there. But we see positives for both secondary campuses there. They're doing very well, staying competitive, keeping their passing rates up, working very hard with students to ensure they do pass it, because these tests also represent the 5 end of course exams that are required for high school graduation as well. Any questions on these?
I have a question.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
where I saw a big discrepancy. If we look at the meets, if we look at English 1, and we compare benches to the Canutillo High School, there's a big discrepancy. Can you explain why that is and what we're doing to address it?
So when you look at students who attend Northwest Early College, most of them have already passed the Texas Success Initiative. They are already considered college ready. And so, because they often begin college courses at 9th, at the latest 10th grade. And so those students are already college ready. When we look at our student population at Canutillo High School, it's everyone. So it's students that maybe have had struggle in the past. It's students that we have a high population of emergent bilingual at CHS. And so all of those things are also taken into that consideration, is that they have a different demographic. And so there are different things done with that demographic to ensure their success. I know that Ms. Marufo and Mr. Clark are here, I believe. If either one of them, or Mr. Castor, if either one of them would like to come up and maybe share any insight on that English 1 performance.
I figured I'd come up sometimes.
Hi, good evening. I'm Mrs. Patino. I'm one of the assistant principals at Canutillo High School, and I work closely with the English department.
Hi, good evening. I'm Candace Wonderful, principal. Nice to see all of you. Just really talking about our scores, I think those are really great questions. We are definitely in a stage of growth and building. We want to make sure that we are introducing and training teachers on high quality materials that they can use with effectiveness in the classroom. Remember also with materials, the instruction, there has to be some kind of continuous improvement. Our goal is to monitor our teachers more frequently, be in the classroom in a learning block capacity. And what that is that we really are taking that role of mentoring to a different level. We can talk to our teachers, and not in a way of a punitive measure, but in a way of growth, in a way of extending that arm of help. They are in a classroom sometimes with 25, 30 students. We are dealing with more students that are coded with special indicators, such as special ed, Part 4. And let's also think about something else. We need to remember they're human. Our students do come to school with a number of things on their plate. And sometimes learning is not always the priority for the day. So it does take us time to go back in there and redirect that instruction. So for us, along with the curriculum instruction support, Ms. Patino is here as well, just because we are reviewing lesson plans, reviewing and having those conversations, just like you're asking me, what are we doing to do better? And that's what we're doing as well.
Well, Ms. Wonderful, maybe you can offer a field trip.
Do you all have $5,000?
High school. But I guess having these conversations with Trustee Ortega, one of the things that you generally really want to know, what do you need from us? 20% is not where we want to be when it comes to needs. We got to get better. We know that we have different demographic at high school. We know that the kids that are taking Algebra 1, English 1 at the middle school, we're not testing them. We don't have scores. But what are you going to need from us as a resource as the budget is there, but then we need to allocate our resources to where we're going to get our student outcomes.
We would like to see a continuous support for our teachers to qualify for TIA. We would also like to see planning days on our calendar and to be offered that. Our teachers need time to regroup and think. There's a lot of action in that classroom. There's a lot of assessments. Let's think of a teacher roster, 180 kids. So we need time for planning. So that means getting our curriculum instruction support in the door, having them sit with our teachers, helping us pay for our substitutes, and meaningfully provide training that they're really going to use. I have to credit CNI right now, just because everything that we've had has been so meaningful. We have a new reading program on our campus. Our target with our reading program is to ensure our ninth graders that are showing with any kind of struggling from our middle schools, they're sitting in that reading class, because we know that comprehension is going to build fluency and that's going to open the doors. So that continued support is greatly appreciated.
And I think when you look at the data, it's really important to identify that in 2023, in English 2, CHS had 42% of their students meeting grade level. In 2024, they went up to 54%. So they are making improvements, and that's evident in the data. In English 1, they went, even with the new scoring engine and all the things that were brought in. So it's just something to notice.
What stands out to me is such a low percentage in the masters. You're looking at 5% for Algebra 1, you're looking at 5% for Biology, 6% for English 1, 5% for English 2, 32% in History, much better. But my question, could you mention, and I agree that students come in with a package. So I know that the elementaries, they're addressing those issues through SELs, through whatever other methods. What are you doing to address that at the high school?
We do have what is called our MTSS Mondays, and every Monday in PLC, we sit down with our teachers and we identify students that have certain indicators or certain habits, like limited attendance, for example. Let me take low grades, our tests. These are things that we're talking about in our PLC, and we're making plans on how to intervene. We have other supports. We have an at-risk support person on campus. We call them out. We talk to parents. Our goal is to have tutoring available to our students at all times. We have intervention classes as well that addresses that, because these are smaller classes. The idea is to build the relationship and to build the rapport between the teacher and the student, so that we can uncover what is happening and build the trust, because when you have the trust, you have the learning.
Because I'm a little more interested in what's being done for the students, not so much for the teachers, but for the students. Like, you just mentioned interventions, but just like Ms. Alarcon said, we have to give these students the power to be their self-learners. We have to motivate them that I can do it and I will achieve. So I want to know those kind of programs. What are you doing at the high school for the students? Not for the teachers, for the students.
So in our classrooms, I'm not sure if this is going to hit what you need me to address, but our teachers.
No, I don't need anything. I want to know what's happening.
Our students do receive that support from our teachers in the sense of, where are you? When we're looking at goals and talking to them about how to get there. There is that one-to-one build and that relationship that we really do encourage for our teachers to have with the students. Some of the things that we do is some data talks. We talk about the why. We can easily say, well, you just need to pass. But saying you just need to pass isn't enough. We talk about what they are successful in. The growth indicators that we see on the interim, we celebrate those gains in the classroom, so our students do hear them. It's not always about you didn't make it, what happened. It's about what you did well and what we're going to continue to do. So to that point, it's building the skill of the student, their confidence and their acceptance of the curriculum that they're going to be receiving. And that's a big goal for us, to develop those relationships.
I agree with Dr. Galaviz. I think there has to be a motivator for these students. I mean, if it's bribing them, if that's what we're doing, maybe we have to do that at the high school as well. Thank you. Yeah, we have to change it.
I wanted to just add a little bit.
So we are trying to celebrate our kids more. So for example, for perfect attendance, instead of just giving them certificates, we had our school activity manager go out and award them with goodies and treats in the classroom, because we wanted their peers to see, look at this student, you can be just like this student, and we recognize him and we celebrate him or her in front of everybody, and not in a non-personal way, in a very personal way. And you know, we told the teachers too, so that they could be prepared to celebrate them, because we really want to push attendance. The other thing is, when we have students that are struggling and we have discipline, so you know, we handle discipline as APs, and we always try to end every meeting with, think about graduation. When I wake up every day, I'm thinking about graduation, your graduation, the ceremony, everything. Think about what that looks like, what that's going to feel like, what you're going to wear, who's going to be in the crowd for you, what your mom or dad or your family, how they're going to feel. We want to paint that picture, because that is going to be the reality for them if they have it in their mind every day. And we remind them, don't forget graduation, graduation. So when we see the ones that are kind of repeat offenders, we try to make those relationships with them and remind them why you're here, because every day is a step to graduation. That's the whole point of being here.
One other question. What percentage of our population at the high school are EL learners?
A large percentage.
What are we doing for them? What are we doing for them?
For the EB learners? So one of our initiatives this year on our campus was to really talk about our TELPAS testing. We recognize this year that it's a huge part of accountability, and we were wondering, do the teachers know what this is? Do the students know what this is? Because we have a lot of kind of long-term testers, right? The ones that they've been testing for a long time. So what we did this year was we brought in the, Mr. Valenzuela, what is his role? He is the LPAC assistant, but he's very knowledgeable about the test. He's got, he had a lot of experience and great success in the younger grades. So he came on, and we've had several staff developments where he would come into PLC and he would talk to all the different departments. So electives, core, to make sure that they understood, number one, what the test was, how to make kids successful, what are some pitfalls on the test, and then to how to inform families of what it is. And then also to provide us strategies. He helped inform us of like what kind of strategies would work in the classroom. So for example, one of the things that was really tripping up our students is the speaking part. So if you look at the data, there's a lot of kids that do really well. They're advanced or intermediate in the listening, writing, and reading. And then you see the speaking, and it's beginning, or it's intermediate, it's something very low. It doesn't match the rest of them. So something's not right. So if we teach them about the test, how to match, where they're at on the test and understand what it's looking for. And so his strategy was make sure that the students know that to talk for at least 40 seconds. Because if they talk for less than 40 seconds, we don't have enough. They've got to be loud enough. They have to, another strategy is to write down an answer and make sure you're using academic vocabulary from your classroom. And then speak into the microphone clearly, loud enough for it to pick it up, that kind of thing. And then they can't just do it on the day of the test. They got to practice it in class. And so we pushed for the strategies of think, pair, share, and some other strategies where you can time students for like 30 seconds each. Partner A talks for 30 seconds, partner B responds, or partner B listens, and then we switch. It's those kind of strategies that we weren't seeing in the classroom before, and so we really made a push for it this year, and we're optimistically anticipating the TELPAS results coming in, and so that's what we're trying to do for our EB students.
So the ELCs now, Dr. Craney, maybe this is for you. It used to be that they were waived if they were first timers, right? The EOCs or the stars, right?
So,
They were waived if they were first newcomers, but no more, right?
no more. No, so there is one opportunity for a newcomer to receive a waiver for EL English, for English 1 only. But they have to qualify for that. All the rest of the tests they must either pass, or there are options to go to an individual graduation plan, but they can only do that for 2 assessments.
Okay. So now my question back to Ms. Marufo. What are we doing for those students for the EOCs? I understand the PEMPAS and strategies and all of that, but what are we doing for specifically for that group to be successful on EOCs?
So for students who are first year or second year with us, of course, that we do have specialized English classes and reading classes that we are concentrating on building those language skills. And as well, we also push in those strategies that they are going to need for EOC. So we're building the whole student. We're not just focusing on the test. We are identifying the opportunities we already have embedded in our programs, such as our reading programs. Some of our students are also visited by our migrant support through Region 19. Like, for example, they've been part of a book club. They were there as well. Experience, exposure, getting them used to hearing the language, using the language, and then you build that test skill. So, yes.
Ms. Maldonado, we also purchased a new program called LIFT, and specifically for our newcomers and language acquisition in English to help support them at home and in the classroom. We offer 2 ALVA classes that newcomers attend, as well as EL English 1, so they have that extra support in the ALVA class.
What's that class?
It's a English language development.
English language
and it's for level 1 and 2 to help them with English 1 and English 2 testing.
Thank you.
Thank you for the information, but I see a discrepancy there on English 1 and 2, 2024 to 2023. Are those numbers off? For whatever reason, it is higher 1 year, and then on 2023, and then on English 1, and then on English 2 is different also. It seems like it doesn't go well. It's not a good comparison that we're comparing Camatillo to Northwest Campus. It's obvious why. But I'm also looking at Ms. Marufo as to what are we doing to improve that English 1 and English 2. I think it's important that we understand that English is important, you all know. Right? And it's a critical part of growing up, graduating from high school and becoming an efficient person in life, basically. Communication is everything, writing is everything nowadays. That's how we pass biology and read the problems in algebra, so to speak. But I'm also wondering, what are we doing to really improve that? And I know there's a lot of energy with our kids, and I really would like to see a specific program on how do we really improve maybe for 2025, 2026 in the future. I think it's important. And my last question is, are we comparing these figures to Region 19 and the state? Do we have another slide?
So I can provide that for you. On that original district slide, it does have the regional and state figures.
I think it's important. I think it's the simple fact that we're doing it at the elementary level. I think it's important that we also show it at the high school level.
Yes, sir, it is. If you go back to the district academic performance summary, you can see the regional and state. So we just have to compare, the individual campus. It was, I didn't want to have a slide with print so small that we couldn't see it, but I can provide that for you side by side with the other information that's been requested.
And then my last comment to you is, these slides that you're presenting, let's present them again 3 years from now. I think when we have the new campuses, we have the new group of kids, when we have full campuses that are the schools are fully occupied, let's do it again. Let's see what they look like. I'm sure we're going to see a big difference in the future.
So this report is every year around this time. So we do a district annual report every year, And then there's another report that I will present to the board in September that's just our assessment results at the end of our assessment window for this school year. Yes.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
I'm sorry, I do have one thing in regard to the high school. So I do see a huge dip, and I'm going to say huge because 12 points, even 7 points, is a really big dip from one year to the next for Algebra 1 and English 1. I really feel like a big portion of that kind of goes back to what we were talking about with Garcia, and I know elementary compared to high school, totally different. But the culture is everything. So I really want to hear from our student reps, if you don't mind. As students and representatives of our high school, what would help to get your fellow classmates motivated, that intrinsic motivation to want to do better on your EOCs? Do you have any ideas?
I would say, I don't know, just something that, because I'm the president of my student council at my school, and so something that we do is that we have this thing called, for World Kindness Day, we do this thing where we get clothesliners and we go around throughout, like for a week, and we put them randomly on people's shirt or their backpack or something, kind of supposed to be without them knowing. And I know that kind of seems unrelated, but what we do, we put like positive messages on them, and you could change that to something like related to the STAR, to the EOC, or just keep it as a positive message. But the point I'm trying to get to is that it made a difference. Like I could see people being friends, like making connections, and that was in the beginning of the year, so that's why we did that. And making those connections and making new friends, that can help improve your performance in school. And like I don't know any data or like any actual things that resulted from that test-wise, but I assume that it would help people like be more invested in school and try more. So I guess just have student organizations take a larger role and try to form more one-on-one connections, because student organizations, especially StuCo, like I'm sure TJ can tell you, can make a really big difference in the school. So I think more collaboration with them and maybe giving them more autonomy to, I guess, have more connections to different people in the school.
So I'd say more encouragement to take pre-AP, freshman year, and AP stuff like that. I know the middle schools are doing a great job in getting these kids to get more credits coming into high school. Personally, that's what helped me to stay like really competitive with my testing. Like we're in a classroom full of other kids that are like smarter than me or at equal level. Like we are all trying to get somewhere, and so I think pushing for that is really important.
And if I may, the consent, what you see with the TMTP and CREED, that partnership is for our literacy framework implementation in K-12. One of the areas in that framework is creating a safe environment where students feel safe to ask questions, to write, to really build those relationships, and to expose them to age-appropriate material. Because the only way you're going to close that gap is if you accelerate the learning. So that high-quality instructional material does that. You expose them to grade level, you don't lower the rigor, you keep them, and that's what we're trying to support our teachers with, because we have excellent teachers and excellent leaders, but we need to help with more professional development in that area.
And I think focusing on the high school coach culture in general can get very daunting, right? Because senioritis and high schoolitis, I'd like to say in general, right? It's like you can't see the end of the tunnel even though it's right there. So I think focusing on that culture as a campus, not just for your students, but also for your staff, because like we've been talking about, everything trickles down, right? So that culture is going to be huge. Using ideas like Jacob and TJ brought up, I think are great, and you're hearing it straight from the horse's mouth, for lack of a better term. So just keep that in mind as you're planning, because I think we want to set all these high goals, and the expectation is there, but if the culture isn't there, it's never going to happen. And so I think if we can make sure that we're there culture-wise, we'll see big gains. Thank you.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Good questions. All right, we go to the next slide, and we wanted to kind of point out the phenomenal success that our middle schools have had specifically with their EOC coursework. When students are invited to take the EOC coursework at the middle school, you know, these are students that show great potential, they have good work ethic, they have great skills, but it's also an attestation to the campus leadership and the teachers there, because we have almost 100% passing for all the students that take those EOC courses at the middle school level. When you look at Algebra 1, that is a mixture of 7th and 8th grade students. And when you look at English 1, that is a select smaller group of 8th graders who take that English 1 EOC at the middle school level. And so we wanted to point that out and give kudos to our middle schools for their great work with that there. All right, on the next slide, we go over to the performance of our students who are emergent bilingual and our students who participate in bilingual education programs. You can see that first column under each subject area shows the district percentage. So that's the district percentage as a whole. And then that second number, the number that's reflected under EBEL, those are our English language learners. And then that third column is our students who participate in the bilingual education program. So as you know, the bilingual education program is only grades 3 through 5, but of course we have emergent bilingual students at all levels. There is no social studies data for the bilingual program because there is no state assessment at the elementary level. But when we look at science, that is our our bilingual students who take the 5th grade science test in STAR, and then of course reading, language arts, and math, that is all of our students combined. Again, we want to, you can see side by side kind of how the district group performed and then how the two different student groups there performed up against it, or alongside it, I should say. Any questions there? Okay, let's go ahead to the next slide. This is our...
Real quick question.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
To that slide. So this includes our middle schools?
Yes,
Also?
this is everyone.
High school, everyone. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Our next slide, this shows our annual, our academic school progress. So this is actually our academic growth. So this data is representative of students in either RLA or math who took a lower level STAR test the year before and a higher level STAR test the next year. So those that took, 3rd grade math in 2023 and then they took 4th grade math in 2024, that number there is showing you their growth percentage and how much they grew from that year to the next. And this is all grade levels combined together across the district. The second row that you see there where it says growth, House Bill 1416 students, those are our accelerated learners. So those are our students that were unsuccessful on a level of STAR, whether it was math or reading, and we provided them with intense accelerated instruction. Some of that was done, as part of their school day. Some of it was after school. Some of it was addressed through placement with teachers who were highly effective, our teacher incentive allotment teachers. And that growth is reflective of just that group of students who had a failing score in 2023, and then how much they grew when we compare their scores to 2024.
In both the RLA and math, though, if you look at the under HB 1416, there was a drop. There was no growth. And these are the kids that are requiring the 30 hours for each subject area of tutoring, right? So can you explain why there was a drop?
And you have to consider that they're not necessarily the same exact group of students from one year to the next. Okay, this is just showing that in 2024, 28% of the students who were considered per House Bill 1416 showed growth, right? In 2023, just specific to that cluster of students who was unsuccessful the previous year, they showed 37% growth.
Okay.
So it's a little you gotta wiggle with it a little bit because it's not like we're comparing apples to apples from one year to the next.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. On the next slide, this is going to be a real quick one. We give many thanks to our parents and our community because our STAR participation rates are as high as they can be. 99% because we always have a few students who maybe for a medical reason couldn't test or something like that. But our community consistently brings their students in, make sure they're there on test day, and we appreciate that a great amount. When you look at the bottom part of that page, and it says accelerated testers in ACT, SAT participation. So when students take an Algebra 1 EOC at the middle school level, for accountability purposes, to meet state accountability and federal accountability, we have to have them take some type of math test at the secondary level. So students can meet that criteria by taking either an ACT or an SAT test during their high school years. And so we had 92% of our students who took that EOC Algebra 1 in middle school and then completed that participation in the ACT or SAT in the secondary, or at the secondary level before they graduate.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
I know that in most cases, the school alone motivates the kids 100%. We're going to be tested, motivation. I've seen it, and you do a wonderful job. What would it take to motivate the parents? You know what I'm saying? I think we as parents, given the fact that we are the #1 educators in our home, sometimes we forget that our kids are taking tests, exams, and we forget that we rather watch them watch television instead of really creating a formula at home where we can motivate them. I mean, I don't know, food for thought. I think get them together, whatever those parents, get a pep rally. Even if they don't show up, at least that 10%, 50% that they show up, they'll be motivated. We can motivate our kids in one way or another. It's food for thought.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. We'll go on to the next slide, and this is our district graduation profile. And I just want to point out that when we look at the Texas Academic Performance Report, the TAPER, the graduation in CCMR information is always a year behind. So when we're looking at this, it's actually our class of 2023. And when you look at our students, the bulk of our students, 87.5%, are graduating with the Distinguished Level of Achievement high school program. You know, we can go through the rest of the data. I'm not sure if you have any questions specific about that, but this shows where we are. We're higher than the state. Only 82.3% of the state is graduating on that distinguished level of achievement. All right. On the next slide, this is our longitudinal graduation rates. This is the data that's collected when we track what happens to students who maybe did not graduate and whether they come back or they complete their high school diploma another way. This shows that the 4, 5, and 6 year longitudinal graduation rates. Questions about that? Yes, ma'am.
So who keeps track of that? Here at Campfield. Like
So-
how do we track
So
those
if
students?
they come back to us, that does go into our database. But I believe it's reported to TEA and they provide us with that data. They collect that information because in order to get the diploma or to get an equivalency, they have to identify who they are, and so it's correlated over the years.
So when we have students leave, drop out, whatever the case may be, we don't have somebody in particular who reaches out to those. We do.
Yes, we do. Dr. Reyes and her department do a wonderful job bringing students back. We have TOA, we have, and we have students that sometimes come back many years later to finish their diploma.
And the reason
We also have the intervention specialist from Canutillo High School. who focuses specifically on the leavers at Camarillo High School.
Perfect, because I was just noticing that our numbers are, for the most part, quite a bit higher than the region and even the state in most areas. So I wanted to give kudos to whoever was handling that, because you're doing a good job of bringing them back in and helping them to take that next step to move on in their future. So thank you.
Thank you. On the next slide, we look at our college, career, and military readiness. And so CCMR, this is the class of 2023. This is their final data. So when we look at this, every student who belongs to us, as if we give them the diploma, we own the CCMR points. Each student can only earn 1 point. Whereas we have many students at both of our high schools who maybe earn that criteria, they meet that criteria through multiple categories, but each of them is only worth 1 point. Just looking at our data, you can see that the majority of our college readiness comes specifically from meeting Texas Success Initiative criteria in ELAR and math. And the students have to meet both of them in order to be considered college ready. And that can happen through taking the TSI test, through ACT testing, through SAT testing. Another one of our bigger areas is our associate degree completion, and that's of course our students at Northwest. But we do offer dual credit courses at Canigeo High School as well, and so students earn it through that pathway as well. And then you look down at our career or military readiness, and the bulk of our data there comes from our industry-based certification through our CTE program. We have 54.3% of our students that do earn that criteria, significantly higher than the region and the state.
After analyzing the data that you guys received, so the students who are not receiving that 1 point, what area are we lacking in that we can help improve, or what can we do as a board to help you improve to get those students who are not meeting that 1 point?
So sometimes what we see in the data is that they might have half of that college readiness. So maybe they've proven their college ready in reading, but not in math. Or they've proven it in math, but not in reading. And so I know we have our advanced academics coordinator, myself, we work to ensure that we're tracking that information on the students and that we're looking at ways, how can we offer more, opportunities to take TSI. I know that both campuses do boot camps in the summer, where it's very intense instruction and then they test. And so it's a matter of bringing the students in and getting them, to do those things. Like you said, sometimes there's a lot of other things going on in their lives. But I know that both campuses work very hard to try and capture everybody. Counselors track whether or not students have that CCMR point. We are consistently pulling data and looking at, who's met that criteria, who hasn't, what other things can we do, what can we offer them. And it's very individualized because, some students have met a lot of the criteria just naturally. And so we focus very hard on the students that maybe need a little extra help and need some more encouragement and some more support in order to get that.
And so those one-on-one meetings, I'm assuming, are happening with the counselors to help them.
Yes.
And then I know we did talk about those boot camps and things of that sort. So this is back in 2023, correct?
Yes.
Graduation class of 23. Were those boot camps and all of the TSI stuff in place those years, or are those things that we've implemented since?
No, yes, they were in place then. It's an ongoing process, right? And you learn how can we improve it, how can we make it better. Once students graduate from us, TEA continues to collect that data because there are certain data points that come directly from us because it's embedded in our PEIMS information, in our student information system, and that comes from like associate degree, dual credit, our on-ramps course, our special education graduates and how they graduate, our approved industry certifications, that all comes from data we collect. But then there's another set that comes from, that goes directly to the state, and that's ACT, TSI, SAT, and some of those things. Military readiness has kind of been not part of the calculation, but it is returning this year. My understanding an agreement has been met between TEA and military to share that data with us.
For the past 2 years, we had relied on students returning to us after they left, bringing a DD4 form to us so that we could scan it and send it to TEA. We know how hard it can get to have these fine young people come back to us once they've separated. And so we're looking forward to that data point being available again to us soon.
And do we find that the things that we have implemented in TSI, are we improving in those numbers since 2023?
We are, since 2023, especially at the middle school level. We're seeing more students pass the TSI. But just to answer a little bit about students to have that opportunity, there's a college prep math and English that's a class that anyone who has not received a point can be enrolled in. And I know Ms. Marufo and her team have worked in the master schedule so that next year that opportunity is provided for the rest of the students. If they pass the class and the assessment, they get credit in both reading and math, or they can combine. They pass one area, pass the other. Our CTE is also offering the certification for students who maybe not want to go in a different pathway. They want to do the career. And then we've worked with EPCC. I know that our districts have kind of told them, you know, the TSI, although it's an assessment, they're now going to offer a course where you don't need to pass the TSI to enroll. So students can now begin to take college courses. And if they take at least the 3, we can get the CCMR and they won't be required to pass. So we're working all avenues to try and get more students to get a point.
Excuse me. I have a comment about CTE. So I think that CTE at Northwest is kind of lacking, like especially compared to kind of Theo, because I was just talking to TJ about all the programs and certifications that they have. While Northwest, I think, only has like a Microsoft Word certification. And I understand that it's hard to implement that because we are on an associate's degree plan, so there might not be enough time to have those classes. But there are a significant amount of students, especially this year, who are at risk of not receiving their associates. And that's indicated, I think, like by the end of your sophomore year. And so for those students, I think it could be a good idea to implement a CTE program for them. If they were interested in doing that, maybe they could drop some classes towards their associate's degree. So maybe they won't graduate with their associate's degree, but they'll still have a lot of credits, and they can get a certification as well. Because there are a lot of students who are interested in that. Like a lot of my peers have gone to kind of Theo to go to the CTE programs. So I think that's a way to work around the lack of CTE programs there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's good tip. Like it. When we look at the next slide, this is our enrollment in post-secondary institutions. And so this information is actually based on 2022 graduates. And this information is collected solely by the Higher Education Coordinating Board in Texas. And what they do is they track students once they graduate, where do they go, right? And so we have 110 students who were confirmed to have gone to a 4-year public university. 84 went on to a 2-year university. 5 that went to an independent college or university. That includes private schools. We have 26 that are not trackable, and those can be students that maybe left the state of Texas. They could have moved. They could have joined the workforce. And then there are the 225 that are not found. And again, they could have gone to a university outside of the state of Texas, because the Higher Education Coordinating Board only tracks what happens within Texas at Texas public schools. And it is tracked through their individualized student, their unique student ID. All right, thank you. Next slide. And this is one of our best slides. So this is our 23-24 teacher incentive allotment numbers. As of the taper that was just published, we have 40 recognized TIA teachers, we have 44 exemplary TIA teachers, and we have 14 master TIA teachers. Just recently, earlier on in February, we received the results of our data submission from last October, and we have another 67 teachers who are being added to our teachers in the allotment. Of those 67,
137, 41 of them are new designations and 26 are level up designations. So as a district, we pride ourselves on having a very robust teacher incentive allotment program. Almost all of our teachers are eligible. We are working to add more eligibility categories. And as of right now, we have 137 TA teachers in the classroom working with our students.
And I want to thank Ms. Harrison because she is a team of one in that area, and she works really hard to do everything here to help support the teachers.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Big celebration. We're very excited. All right. Our next slide. So I know that over the past few weeks, you all have spent a lot of time looking at budget and looking at all of those things. So we're not going to go very deep into the budget and the money part because it's already been something the board has been reviewing very closely. But Canutillo did receive a superior achievement rating from the first rating, which is
Financial Integrity System of Texas.
Thank you. Financial Integrity System of Texas. I'm so sorry, I lost where I was in my notes. I got really excited about TS. But we do receive a superior achievement rating. You can pull those actual numbers. There is a link in the PowerPoint. Once it is posted online, you can click on that link and it will take you to the actual reports that are posted by TEA. On the next slide, this is just a summary of our King's Financial Standard Report, the actual report that was published. Again, you'll see a link at the bottom of that page where you can go directly to the TEA reports and where they are published. This is just a general summary of operating expenditures for students. Right now, our per student expenditure is $11,676, and that is the very base. That is the basic. It may not include every single component, and the state average is $12,389. I'm not sure if you have any questions, but like I said, I know we've been looking at a lot of financial data over the past few weeks. Right. On the next slide, we have more good news to report. So TEA requires that this report include violent or criminal incidents on campus. We had less than 5 incidents that fell into these two categories. It's less than 0.1%. And those numbers are masked to protect the people that were involved. Whenever there's less than 5, the numbers are not revealed. We had incidents at Canutillo High School, and an incident in Canutillo Elementary School, and that's what you see right there. There is a link to our CISD PD Safety and Security section of our website, but we know that year to year they keep going down. So something is going very well. We know that Dr. Reyes and her department, as well as our security, they take good care of us and they make sure we're staying out of that. So thank you to them. On the next slide, these are district performance objectives. This is something that is also presented to the board. I know Ms. Julie Melendez will come and she presents on the district improvement plans as well as the campus improvement plans. This is just an overall summary of those goals and how we did with some of those objectives and where we made progress, where we're continuing some of them. I'm unsure if there's any questions. I know we have a lot of stuff going on tonight.
I do have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
So on section 4, when you have the evaluation results, who evaluates? Who determines whether it was met, significant progress, some progress?
Okay. So it's based on, and correct me if I'm wrong, Miss Julie, are you here? I believe she's at a baseball game. So it's based on the data that's collected by the campuses on how they've met that goal, and then that feeds into the district plan and determines how that success is measured.
And as a district, Ms. Maldonado, we also have our own duties to assess. So we set goals, so CNI, student support, every department has an objective, and we do a quarterly formative review, whether we've met that objective or not as different departments.
So these goals are district
Yes.
goals?
Yes.
They're not the campus goals,
They
correct?
feed into.
The campus feeds into the district goals.
Yeah, the campus
And so
has to
overall,
support.
as a district, these are the ratings, these are the evaluations down at the bottom. Okay.
Thank you. On the next slide, we look at our 23-24 progress on our district board adopted House Bill 3 goals. And again, this is an area where I know that our wonderful CNI department does a really good job of providing quarterly updates. These numbers show the final percentages as represented in our table reports. And so when we look at our percentage of third grade students who meet grade level in reading, this 23-24, we're at 46%, and you can see the past 3 years there. Mathematics, meets or above, 44%. And then we look at our CCMR overall average. And so our goal is to be at 88% by June of 2027. The end of 23-24, we were at 81.5%. So we are making good progress. On the next slide, and now we've come to the end of the presentation. Not sure if we have any questions from anyone in the audience or if there's any additional board questions or requests.
Let me ask if there's no more board questions, and I could open it up to the.
Oh, I have one thing. It's a little suggestion. It goes back to the slide where you're talking about the amount of students going to university. This is more towards the board. You guys do a really good job at sharing like student success stories and good things that students are doing. But I think it would be really, really, I think, powerful to share more about the students and their university stories. For example, there was a student at my school, a senior, who got into Penn this year. And so I think that sharing, I guess, those university decisions or acceptances can really inspire a lot of the younger students, especially if they're shared at the district level. So that's just a suggestion I have.
Any other? If not, we'll open it up to the public if there's any comments or questions. Seeing none. Nobody. Then we'll close the comments section. Mr. Joe wants to say something.
All right, thank you so much for having me here tonight. Of course, I will provide the information you requested in the board packet for next week. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That will take us to the next item.
Item number 5, Board of Justice business. Item 5A, quarterly update on the procedure team, Center, Ernesto Gold.
Good evening, Mr. Rodriguez, Board of Trustees, Dr. Galaviz. My name is Ernesto Ortiz. I'm the Project Director for Presidio Group. And I'm going to go through our Q2 update from the Board of Trustees. On the next slide is an overview of the agenda. I hope to cover the bond website, go through the program dashboard, cover the timeline and schedule, look at some risks that we are encountering now with the new administration, federal administration, and kind of provide you a risk alert calculator for that. Go over the overall program budget, and then dive into the budget per project. Look at bond interest and some recommendations that we are going to submit to you for your consideration. And then give status updates and a community engagement update, and then go into each project and update each project. So the first, third slide is the...
Mr. Ortiz, I'm having a little bit of a problem opening your presentation. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let me try to open from your email.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't think it's you. Look that on your end or something? The internet?
No, it's a file. File doesn't open, so we have a PDF.
Oh.
It is a PDF. We submitted a PDF.
I downloaded the PDF.
You say that you download the original file on attachments instead of clicking on PDF.
There you go, Rory. Okay, if you go to the third slide, and I do this in every one of our quarterly meetings, whether we're meeting with the Board of Trustees, the CBAC, or the community as a whole, we remind them that there is a district bond website. We encourage you to sign up if you haven't already. We have updates that are being programmed into that, and all these presentations are uploaded to it. We've got schematic design now uploaded to it. So there's just a buffet of information on there that I'd encourage you to sign up for it, so that as projects are updated, you get an automatic email that comes to your inbox and provides you with that update. If you go to the fourth slide, so the program dashboard, as you can see, we have 10 different projects. They all have an associated budget to them. Yes, that's right. Architect, general contractor that's performing the construction manager at risk services for us. We have the notice to proceed date for design, and then we have exactly where they're at. So if you can see on the playfield lighting, of course, is complete. And then the technology upgrades that were done at Reyes are complete as well. We have all the renovation projects are in the construction document phase, and the district security upgrades are in the construction phase, and then all the new builds are in the design development phase. If we go to the next slide, so this is a program timeline, and this is from our last board meeting update until now, and then into the next board update. We had our architects and design teams come and provide you with a presentation on their schematic designs in January. Shortly after that, we received their packages. We went over it with administration. We were signed off, and that entered us into the new design development phase for the new construction, and then the construction document phase for the renovations. We're in March now, and we've been conducting design reviews with our architect teams. We've created a furniture task force with community students, parents, teachers, administration. We held that first meeting last Wednesday at the high school. We have another meeting tomorrow. And then our construction manager, Anthony Mariscal, has begun a move management coordination with the renovation principals and teams at their schools to get them ready for swing space when we start the renovations inside their campuses. Next month, we'll have 100% construction documents review with our renovations, with the exception of the high school. Davenport Elementary School team Fluger and Carl Daniels will actually come to the board on April 22nd to present to you the end of their design development. They will give you a presentation. We'll also bring 3 third-party RFQs to the board for approval in April. In May, we're going to have campus committee meetings to finalize the 100% construction documents for the renovations. Of course, this is with the exception of the high school, because it's a much more extensive work that needs to be conducted at the high school. We also have 100% CD presentations to the Board of Trustees for approval. That's on the renovations. And then we'll bring another 3 RFQs to the board for approval for third-party services. And then in June, we anticipate issuing the construction notices to proceed on the renovation work. So on our program schedule, in the next slide, it's slide 6, Adrian. You can see the timeline that we provided. I know that You can find a more detailed program schedule on the website with specific dates. I want to really emphasize that the schedule is subject to change. That program schedule was created with the detailed scope of work that we had and the conditions and project milestones. Some of those have changed because of the land acquisition and the different things we need to do with the land acquisition, as well as some of the development of the design at the renovations that included blacktops or some site work that needed to be done, in which we needed to do a geotechnical report, which we're just waiting on. So again, this is the timeline. We know that it's a very aggressive timeline. All my team has been working towards completing these on time and under budget. But let's talk about the new tariffs that are been imposed by the Trump administration. We know that on March 12th, the tariffs were imposed on both steel and aluminum. That went into effect on March 12th. Those in turn, caused some other tariffs by the countries that were being imposed on. So it may be a lot of saber rattling, but we also have to take into account that these are a reality right now in our world, and that we need to make some strategic considerations for that. Some of the things that we have been talking already with our design teams is bringing an early bid package to the board for approval so that we can procure steel for the new construction. We also have encouraged our general contractors to start looking at alternative material considerations, our design teams to look at solutions that we can consider, of course, with your approval. And when we're working with our general contractors to make sure that they have alternative sourcing options, so that they don't have their eggs all in one basket, so to speak. So what does that look like? So I want to kind of go over just one. These are really applicable to the new construction, the new builds. But I want to take Northwest Early College High School as an example. So on the right hand of that, you'll see that as a rule of thumb, steel is about 25% of the total construction cost on a building. Aluminum being about 5% of the total construction cost. Should we realize that 25% increase in steel and aluminum, we're going to look at a potential budget impact on Northwest Early College High School of approximately $3 million. So our total original cost of work is $40 million. We have to create that allowance for the potential tariffs that will, the tariffs that are in place that could potentially impact the cost. But again, the new cost of work would be $37 million. What does that mean as a school board member is that we have to work hand in hand to make sure that we do not create any delays as far as it is up to us. Again, like I said, we're working with our design teams to bring early packages, with our CMARs to give us early GMPs, specifically for land, earthwork, and for steel. The only other thing that we can do is to decrease the quality or to decrease the square footage, and it would not be our recommendation to do either one. So we appreciate your cooperation with us as we work through this. It's a significant change in the cost of materials. We have worked with all of our general contractors on the new builds, and our biggest solution is to bring early bid packages to you so that we can get some of that steel procured.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
So what you're recommending is not to change anything, proceed with the design that the way it's been approved, but for us to allocate additional money because of the tariff?
Right now, I'm not asking to allocate any extra money for it. I have to, as the program director, I have to allow for the possible impact of a tariff. So what we're doing is we're strategically working with our general contractors and our design teams to put forth an early package so that we can bring it to you for approval. So the way that we're working right now is that once we get to the 190% construction documents, then our general contractor can give us a guaranteed maximum price. On steel, we're trying to get that as an early drawing so that we can get an early package to you for approval as an amendment to their contract, so then we can get the steel procured. Or not us, but the general contractor can procure the steel early.
And the way the things, everything is moving, so to speak, it's going to affect our budget. Correct, today?
As it is right now, there is the possibility it could.
Right.
Yeah, we don't know that right now until we get that early package.
So we were to look at the previous schedule that you showed us, which is one of your first slides. Can you go back to that slide?
It's slide 6.
This one right here. No, the one after this one.
Yes.
So if we were to look at that specific slide, let's say we look at, we look at the new early college high school. If I'm not mistaken, we're thinking of building this by the end of 2026, or now the construction documents ready by the end of 2026.
So the Northwest Early College High School, we're hoping to have populated with students in it by spring of 2027.
So this is your completion date?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
So I have a question on we have contingency funds that we
Yes.
have allocated.
Yes. In each one of the projects, we have a project contingency.
Do we know what is the amount? Okay.
I do know the amount.
Okay.
But I don't have them.
Okay, so my question is, because of the tariffs, will the contingency fund in each project cover the difference that we're looking at?
It probably would, but we don't like to touch the project contingency, only because of unforeseen. If it would be something that we had to touch, I would bring it to the board, so that we can talk about it.
Okay.
Certainly, yes.
And then
What we're trying to do as your program director is to mitigate any of this having an effect on the construction of the schools, whether by money or by time. And so, what we have been doing is very strategic in nature, is working with our general contractors to say, who are you sourcing steel from? We don't, hopefully it's not from Mexico, Canada, or China. And then also, if you have to source steel from outside, why would you do that? And it's mainly because of time. And so we're trying to get early bid packages together to bring to the board for approval so that they can begin doing a little bit of earthwork as well as procuring the steel that would go into the buildings.
Okay, so you mentioned that you would not recommend altering the design, right?
I would not. No.
Okay,
Yeah.
so could it be if it happens that we have to somehow cut or alter, I'm not gonna say cut, something, could it be like maybe the furniture, let's just say? Is that an option?
So the furniture, fixtures, and equipment is a separate budget from the construction budget.
Okay, so that would not have an effect.
No, not really, and I don't want to scare anyone on the board. I'm just saying this is what's happening and this is what we are doing about it. We don't want to cut any square footage either, because they're already working on design documents, and then that would have to alter it and it would create a delay.
Well, and I understand, I mean, we have to be prepared.
Yes.
And I guess what I'm just trying to say is make sure that the public understands
Yes.
that this is beyond their control.
Right.
So we're going to try to accommodate everything the way we have, but if need be, it could be an option where maybe you lower the furniture and all that if it needs to be added to the construction portion without touching contingency.
Mr. Maldonado, can I have a comment? Can I make a quick comment on this issue? Given the fact that we hired the architects and the contractors to give us a GMP.
Yes, sir.
So we have a GMP, right?
No, we don't have a GMP yet.
But we established a budget.
We established a budget, yes,
Oh,
and they're already working with that budget in mind, and they're already aware of the tariffs.
So given the fact that obviously we need the furniture because the kids need to have a place to sit,
Yes,
etc. With that in mind, then what I recommend is to cut a piece of that pie And if we need to pass a bond next time, we'll pass it. But the reality of things, I don't wanna spend more money on the taxpayers' penny simply because we have an issue with all these tariffs. And I, honestly, we went with a very specific budget. I think that's, if we have to make those changes, given the fact that we're in schematic design, we need to make those changes.
Well, right now we're in design development, but yes.
Yeah, but
we're
the
early in
reality
design
is,
development.
it's a GMP contract, therefore,
Yes.
we have a specific budget, and we have to stick to that specific budget.
Right, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, that's understood.
Mr. Martinez, can you just enlighten me? Which pie are you talking about? Apple or cherry or what? Talk to me where I can understand.
If we have a design right now,
Mhm.
okay, and it's very clear how many square feet with a specific budget, the pie is a whole. Why don't we cut a piece of that pie, a piece of the school, and then we can decide to go for an additional bond sometime 3 years from now, and fill that void that we did not build in this bond. My opinion is that we very well sold this bond to the community, where we had a very specific budget for each project, and we need to spend that money. We don't want the same thing that happened with Reyes many years ago, in which we did not build a facility that the community, we were told the facility, we told the community we were gonna build for them.
Okay, so then, you also mentioned, at the cost for the taxpayers. So we already have a budget, we already passed a bond for a certain amount. We already promised certain projects, certain schools to be done. I don't agree in cutting those schools. I don't agree in the square footage cutting it or the piece of the pie. I feel that we have to work within that budget that we have to make it possible. And if it means, and my thinking is, I'm not saying that the kids won't have furniture, but instead of this elegant furniture, let's go with this furniture that can still fill the need. You know, as a homeowner, what do you do when you're on a budget? I'm not gonna go for the elite, but I'm gonna go for something that is going to fulfill the need of what we need. That's what I'm saying.
Ms. Maldonado, if I can address Mr. Ortiz, I think what you're saying is that we need to prevent the cost of, us buying at a high cost, and you wanna buy at a cost right now and make sure that that material is there for us to use. Is that what you're saying? You're not trying to scare us.
Right.
You're just saying, hey, let's address this right now. Let's purchase this thing and let's go forward so we don't have to pay for the high cost of the tariffs.
Yes, so as your program director, I believe and trust that you've put your confidence in us. And so what we're trying to do right now is the first method that we attack strategically is let's get early GMP packages together to procure that steel. And then on the another end, the CMAR, the general contractor, is also working with the design team to say, maybe we don't need all this metal paneling around the school. Maybe we can change to a different material. So we're already doing all these cost-cutting measures. The last thing that you want to do is cut square footage. That's the that's where I would bring to you and say, I'm panicking now. We have to cut square footage, but we're not there yet. Okay, we're just. It's very preliminary, and I just wanted to kind of give you a risk alert and a calculator that kind of helps you understand, should we really feel the impact of these tariffs, this is what the worst case scenario would be.
And if I may, Mr. Chair. So, first of all, I know you were asking earlier in regard to the contingency in Sonoma. I remember during those conversations of the meetings that we had a very high contingency. It was about 25% is what I remember us discussing. So just the reason I'm bringing that up is because I know that there are a lot of things that we can't foresee, right? And of course these tariffs are one of those. But to throw out the idea of we're gonna keep what we're doing and then pass another bond to pay for things in the future, I don't think that that's smart of us to even be discussing at this time, because this bond should really be used to build our community's trust back and show them that we're going to spend the money and do what we promised that we're gonna do. And so I appreciate, Presidio, all of the different things that you said that you guys are looking at to hopefully not have to alter what we've promised.
Right.
And ultimately, you guys have done a great job of going out to the communities and asking for their ideas on design and layout and all of these different things. And the schematics that have been presented to us are wonderful. But at the end of the day, if it's something in that design that needs to be altered for the price so that we can still fulfill what we promised, even if it's not as extravagant as we wanted it to look in the end, they have a building, they have what was promised to them to fulfill what we had in the budget that we set forward. So I appreciate you guys trying to stick to that.
And that's our mission, is to promise on,
I just don't
delivering
wanna,
what was promised.
I just don't wanna continue with a design where all of a sudden our budget, we're over budget. Okay. It happened at Socorro very clearly with the SAC. It happened in El Paso with a lot of those projects. And we don't wanna get to that point. You know, the simple fact that all materials are going up, we understand that. Especially with tariffs that we're seeing right now. Projects are very expensive, but if we can avoid that, let's do it 100%. I really would not like to see a project be over budget. You know?
Yes, and that's our mission, to be under budget and on time. And that's why the biggest factor in this is our time. So we can't be delayed. And so that is all I'm asking is for cooperation should we bring early bid packages. Of course, I'll fully explain them, and our architect will too, so that we can get those approved and then the material procured. If we go to the next slide. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm so sorry, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Just to clarify, is there already a date set for you guys to explain and approve those accelerated GMPs?
No, not yet. So we're very early on. Like I said, the tariffs came into effect March 12th. It's not like we were surprised by them. We knew they were coming. So we've already had initial talks with all of our architects. The architects on the new builds and along with our construction managers, our general contractors are already working. They know that we have a specific budget for this. One of the things that we have done, because we've been very strategic about cost saving efforts, and one of the biggest savings that we had was negotiating the architect's fees on that, in which what we budgeted, we saved about $2 million. And so wherever we can save money, we're saving it, and then we're putting it aside to put back into the construction budget, so that everything that was, again, promised, we delivered on. Very good question. Yes.
I think also looking at not only the construction delivery method that we chose with the CMAR and the architect, this will continue to allow us to either modify or to look at the project depending where we're at in the phases of the budget. I think till we actually get those GMPs, which is guaranteed maximum price, then that's when, and I'm sure there'll be some alternates within that to allow, because at the end of the day, if you look at the construction market in El Paso, look at the El Paso ISD bond, the Socorro, all these bonds that have rolled, have pretty much dwindled. So hopefully when we do go out and, for the GMP, we're able to actually get it, even be below budget. I'm sure once we get more into the actual design and construction documents, and then going forward with that. So
yeah, and once I get into the specific projects, you'll see we already have a price that the general contractor has given us on the schematic design. But let me explain that when I get to it. On this next one, you'll see the overall budget. So far, we have committed 11% of the budget to date. We have another 89% forecasted to be expended during the process. And then if we go into the budget per project, you'll see all the budgets. On the left side is the initial budget. The updated budget is money that we took from the construction cost to address the district security upgrade. Again, that was another measure that we took where we could realize the economies of scale, procure materials early so that we could get a highly discounted price. Dr. Rico has been very instrumental in assisting us with the district security upgrades. He's got a great team of IT professionals. You can see what we've paid to date on each one of these. We've put markers next to it, like for instance at Canutillo High School, $785,000. Some of that was playfield lighting, some of that is program management fee, and some of it is architecture fee. And then of course, we had the land purchase at Canutillo Middle School that has been closed, and that was $6.2 million, I believe, with that. If we go into, so another great thing that you're doing as a board is you're investing your money. So, and that comes with bond interest. Bond interest is always a good bucket of money to have for things that you don't always plan for. And so these are some of our recommendations on how it can be allocated. With each one of the new, for instance, at Northwest Early College High School, in the construction budget, we didn't have the portable demo or removal. So that's something that we could use the bond interest on. During design development meeting with the city, they have expressed that there needs to be a new emergency ingress and egress lane. Of course, we're fighting them on that because we believe there is two ingress and egress lanes out there. On the new sites for construction, like AMS and CMS, we have some traffic improvements that need to be done to make sure that we ease the traffic on both Wrestler and Upper Valley Road. We've got some utility agreements that we need to pay for the infrastructure of utility up to the site. And then we've got some other things down there that I would just put forward to you so that it's on your radar. As we realize this bond interest, we can, instead of taking from the construction budget, we can use bond interest on some of these items. Any questions on any of this one?
Can bond interest be used, should bond interest only be used for the construction of these projects? Because it's the bond that is earning this interest.
So I'm not an attorney, but I give you my opinion. I would say yes. I would only use it on bond items. But
and that would be my recommendation. Well, I guess I worded it wrong, but my recommendation is that any bond interest on this bond be put back into the projects.
Yes.
Thank you.
And it has to. Yes, it has to.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So the 2024 bond interest expected allocations, are you saying the things that are on this list were not in the initial budget?
That's correct.
So when the budget was made for Northwest Early College High School, they did not include the removal and demo of the portables that were currently there?
Correct.
And who put that budget together?
So we, along with the district administration, we put that budget together. And it was not, at that time, we didn't know if we were going to have to remove any portables. After having the initial meetings with the school, they don't have a need for those portables. And so we would remove them.
I'm just surprised by some of the things that are on this list. I mean, bringing in basic utilities of electricity, the fact that that was not included in the budget. We knew we were going to be buying land for those projects, so.
We just didn't know where we were buying the land at.
I mean, but.
And some of them have it, like, if you buy some land, it does already have the infrastructure in place for that. But the land that we bought did not have the infrastructure in place. Okay. That includes like meters, transformers, everything that you need to power up the school. Water, sewer.
I do understand that. My problem is during the whole budget discussions, we looked at the exact properties that we ended up purchasing or going through purchasing for. So we knew that these properties or the potential properties that we were looking at did not have any of these utilities. So honestly, it's frustrating to me that whoever put those budgets together were saying that they were cohesive and complete when, quite frankly, there's no way that they were if we knew that the portables were there and they're not gonna be removed and we don't have electricity and water going to that property, and now we're having to find the funds for that. I hope you can understand my frustration.
Yes, no, I do understand the frustration.
I mean, there's a lot on this list other than those, but these are the surprises that I think the community was hoping that we weren't going to see.
And if you could look at, for instance, like the new AMS, where when we bought that, we had in a budget figured $8 million. It was a little bit over $8 million, so we would say let's move 691,000 from bond interest back into the construction budget because it had to be taken out of that overall budget. If you look at the Davenport, we were having over budget of 672K, but it's my understanding that the board is looking to alter that purchase sales agreement and put 5.3 acres back to the Southwest Land Development, which then would give us a $1.5 million savings, which is an important decision.
But with all due respect, you're already making provisions on interest of the money, of the bond money on it. I don't think we need to get there, to be honest with you. I think we need to deal with the original budget that we had. The simple fact that somebody missed the relocation of those portables, I think we need to go back to that specific contract and say, all of a sudden, that building gets reduced by a smaller amount of whatever that amount of relocating those portables are. Just, pure fact, if I go to a developer and he gives me a budget, and I come back and tell him, hey, that means that the place where you're building is gonna cost you $300,000, he's gonna say, hey, I don't have additional $300,000. And it's gonna be very difficult to present this to our community. Now, just today, we're looking at possibly $3 million additional that we need to spend simply because we dropped the ball. Someone dropped the ball.
Well, on a lot of these, for instance, if you look at the traffic improvements, we didn't know we were going to have to do any traffic improvements on the land that we bought. For instance, like Upper Valley Road, we've done a traffic impact analysis on it. There is a New Mexis Canal that runs on the west side of up near Upper Valley that we're going to have to cover. We're going to have to build driveways onto the land because it's only a farm crossing right now. For Aldette Middle School, there's traffic improvements that need to be done there, and that's all up to the city. If they require us to have flashers, if they require us to widen the street so that we don't have a big traffic impact on the surrounding community.
Mr. Ortiz, no, that's why we hired you, because of all that experience that you guys have in developing some of these schools. I mean, you have to allocate some of that money for all these unforeseeable conditions that the city or the county or the state might need.
Well, and that's why when we talk about unforeseeable, that's why I would only recommend it come out of bond interest. If it's the board's desire to take it completely out of the construction budget, we can do that as well.
That's what I recommend.
So, correct me, the traffic improvements are not what you showed in your designs to the community that go into the schools?
No, this is outside of the site.
It's outside of the
It doesn't
site.
have anything to do with our construction area, it has to do with outside of that area, off of the site.
Okay. And I do agree with Mr. Martinez and Ms. Barnes. Somebody dropped the ball. Obviously, when you're looking to purchase land, you should look to see what is it that I'm gonna need, this to build. If you're looking to build a new school at Northwest where it is, what do I have to do? I have to get rid of those portables. Now, that's all part of the deal, okay? So my suggestion, and I don't know if it can be done, instead of demoing those portables, can you sell them? Is there any value in them?
Yeah, I believe the board policy says you have to declare them as surplus, and then we can see if we can sell them. It's been my experience in a different district that I worked at that $25,000 portables, you'll get like maybe $1,000 for it. They don't buy them. They don't. There's not a huge need, I guess, for them. But yes, to answer your question, without offering my opinion, we can sell them. The district can sell them.
I have
As is, where is, if you want to. The idea is not to interrupt instruction time, so we were gonna have the kids stay in the portables, build, because EPCC has told us already they don't have room to house our students for a couple semesters, 3 semesters. So what we have to do is keep those students in the portables learning, build the building, and once it's built, then we were going to move the students over, do the portable demo, and then they can complete their landscaping or whatever design they had where the existing portables sit.
Jacob, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to comment on what you just said, I think that selling might be a good idea. I mean, that would be an extra $30,000 that could go to somewhere good if they were sold for $1,000. But my question is about the administrative expenses row and the $400,000 going to miscellaneous expenses and the bond cost accounting. I'm just wondering what that means exactly, particularly the miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous administrative expenses are anything from printing to if we have groundbreaking ceremonies, if we have ribbon cutting ceremonies, anything that goes into communication out from the district, such as the newsletter that comes out, anything like that, administrative expenses.
Okay, and with all due respect, why is that $400,000?
The bulk of that is the bond cost accountant position that was added, and that's a 4-year bond cost.
Okay, so it's the salary?
Salary and benefits, yes. Sir.
Okay, thank you.
So it's the bond cost accountant. And the majority of that, $429,000, is salary.
Salary and benefits, yes.
All right. French benefits and the whole bit.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So once all these projects are completed, 100%, that position is eliminated?
Yes, because it's only funded through the bond.
Do we approve it?
Yes.
But wasn't it part of everything that was included? Is this new? Did we not foresee that we were going to need an accountant?
So the way the conversation came about is that we don't have direct access to your ERP system, the team system. We can view it, but we can't manipulate the data. And that's what you want. You want a check and balance system. Because of the amount of work that is entailed on the district side to facilitate that, the district decided, and it was approved by the board, to add a position to work on the side of the district to uphold the integrity of the cost of the bond, accounting, I guess, of the bond, expenditures, pay apps, all that.
So, excuse me, and just to clarify, would that position be after everything is built, or should they be implemented right now?
Right now. Yeah, right now is because they input the budget into the system. Any purchase order that we have to create has to go through the bond accountant. Interest needs to be booked. There's a lot more than I'm privy to that goes into that position that Ms. Woolley is here. I don't know if she wants to talk to that.
Mr. Ortiz, you're correct. The board did approve this last year. That is correct. That line item, I do agree that it was approved here.
Yes.
Okay, so to clarify, I don't recall, so we weren't on the board yet, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Barnes, did you have?
I actually wanted, I guess, a follow-up, because I remember this conversation, you guys came and asked for the accountant position, and we questioned whether or not that was not brought up from the very beginning, so on and so forth. So when we voted and approved this, we agreed that this position would be paid for through the interest of the bond?
Yes.
That was the motion that night?
I believe so, yes.
I mean, the technicalities, I mean, the question is, it's reallocation. Some of this is from my thought process is, how much have we made on interest from the last tranche that we just, from the bond sales that we've sold, we've made?
We have currently realized 1.5 million in interest. However, some of our investments are currently maturing. Once they mature, they will realize additional interest.
What's the future potential interest?
I just got a report this morning. I believe it was about $2 million. So I think our first maturities are coming due in June. So once those are sold, we'll actually realize those dividends and interest.
Ms. Pulley, so at the end of this,
Sorry, real quick, and then, in regards to, so that's just within the 100 million, we still have to sell a couple, so let's say over the lifespan, what is projected amount of interest that we would get on this one?
I can get you a number. Actually, we have received a report this morning on our projected, from our investment officers who are doing our investments. And they are predicting, they gave us the scenario of the current investments that are there. So what they're doing is they're trying to hold our investments so that we retain most of the interest. Currently, we can invest at about 4%. If not, we have to return some of that as arbitrage rebate to the IRS. So they're being very meticulous about where they're putting these investments in.
And in regards to let's say the lifespan of let's say 2 million for the almost 400, let's say anywhere from 6 to 8 million that we would have extra interest. I think what we've done in the past, the district we talked about furniture where we would purchase furniture out of interest, and now it's in the budget. I think what we need to make sure is just making sure that we're vigilant of what the revenues are going to come in and the expenditures, so that way we can make sure what we promise the voters is what they're going to get. And I think over time, there's a lot of other factors that are going to come into place. I could see on the future slides of some of the budget, especially with schematic designs, that is hopefully going to come down. I mean, this is still a moving target, and I think that's why we have to allow time, and hopefully we're able to keep the time in regards to some of these issues, so that way we don't see whether it's a 25% tariff increase, it might be 6%, might be none. I mean, depending on when we go out, so the faster we get in there, the easier it's going to be, and hopefully savings. I think that these are just all moving targets that are going to continue to move, and I appreciate the transparency and just letting us be aware of some of these costs, so that way we're not in the future saying, okay, what happened or what is it?
Yeah, and it's really just a recommendation based on our experience that you don't want to hold on to bond interest. It's better to spend it, or else you pay that penalty.
And it has to be spent.
Yes, and so these are some of the things that that we would recommend that we supplement with the bond interest, and that way we keep our construction budget intact and as robust as we can, so that we don't have to make harder decisions down the road to decrease square footage or quality or anything like that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Ortiz, I really appreciate this slide, but at the same token, it's my opinion, and only my opinion, that at the middle school, the 300,000 and the 691 should be part of the project budget.
It's part of the overall project budget, but not the construction budget.
Well, I still think that.
So like the land purchase, we had $8 million budgeted for that. It came in at $8,691,000, so it was more than what.
And I do understand that, and we're going to have a lot of this, which means that really the construction budget gets reduced a small amount. Okay, that's my opinion. The same thing with the Diana Airport. All those expenses that I see here, that construction budget needs to be reduced by that amount. If we fail by not really allocating the proper money for these items, then the construction budget needs to be reduced. I mean, we're so early in the game, in my opinion, and I'm glad you're bringing it up to us, for us to look at where we're at. But in my opinion, I would like to reduce that construction budget by this fee per project. Thank you.
Okay. It would be helpful for us if you did have your recommendations on how, really, as Presidio Group, we don't manage your bond interest, so I'm not trying to get into your business. I'm just saying it would be helpful for us to have recommendations on how you want to spend it, so that we can communicate that to the architects now, so that they can draw it into their design. So if you had, let's say, I want to put $1 million into this, well, we don't want to do it too late in the game where now it's going to be an added service on their contract. We want to do it now, so it would, these are just things that we brought, that we saw that we could supplement through the bond interest, some of these things. However, I've heard what has been said today, and so we will move forward with that in mind.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
You know, I'm starting to learn how this process is working. I think the community is learning as well. So we have, we're gaining interest based on the budget money. So we're gonna have millions of dollars available to cover some of the costs.
So the way I understand it, and please correct me, is that you have sold $100 million in bonds. And with that $100 million, you've realized about $2 million in a matter of 6 or 7 months.
We earned 2.3 to the state for the bond between 5.5 to 7 million should accumulate in bond interest.
Right. So that money can be used to cover these costs that were not appropriated for at the beginning. So could you, as Presidio, help us decide which are the most important things that we want to make sure are covered as they come about?
Yes, and that's my whole intent, but I don't want to tell you what to do. I can only make recommendations.
So my recommendation personally, like I said, I was surprised to see that some of these were coming from the interest that I think should have been included in the initial budget to begin with. We had in one of our presentations for every single campus the extra wishes of the campus if they had extra money left over, or we had money that could be used to improve that campus in some way, shape, or form. In this presentation.
Yeah, it will be in the presentation.
So my recommendation, or what I would like to see, is that we be as frugal as possible with the interest money that we are gaining, so that the campuses that have those additional needs, and some of them are important, your blacktops and your metal canopies on playgrounds, and some of them are major. So those are extras. Well, if we're spending all of our money on bringing in utilities to the campuses that should have already been allocated for, then those extras are never going to happen. So that my expectation would be that you look at the things that are here and we look at them and say, what should have been included initially in our budget, and we work with that, and then the extra interest goes to the extra things that we can help our campuses with to improve them in different ways that they need. That's what I would like to see done.
My only comment is, because I think you said, Mr. Rodriguez, about hopefully interest, and you mentioned about projected interest. That's what got us in trouble to begin with. Hoping. I don't like that. It's what it is now, and let's work with what we have, because you're hoping and you're hoping that the state comes in and whatever. No, we can't do that. We gotta work with what we have.
So currently we have earned 1.5.
Okay.
That's what we've earned, and the projected is short term. So of course we only have the first tranche, which was $100 million, and we're utilizing it now. So of course we're utilizing those funds, so the interest is also going to go down. So currently I believe we have about $60,000 in the money market. So that's disposable, because our expenses are coming in a lot faster now. So we need to be able to liquidate those investments. So the ones that they are able to find, for
example, they're investing in municipalities, those types of items where we don't have an arbitrage rebate on, so that we get a higher interest. We can earn above the 4%. And so they're keeping those funds there until we need them.
So right now, you said that we have 2.3 million that we have actually earned?
No, we have earned as of today 1.5.
1.5.
And in the short term, within the year, they are projecting 2.3. I believe Dr. Galavi, did you look at the report? At the report that they sent this morning.
And so when you mentioned that some are coming up in January, that includes in June, that includes the 2.3 that Dr. Galavis just mentioned.
So currently, they're in these investments, so they're earning it, but of course, until we sell that investment, will we actually realize the interest. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I just think that we have to stop hoping. You know, we don't have control. We don't have control of the tariffs. So let's act now and let's get the best buffer of, whatever, however you say it. But we have to stop hoping and that someone's gonna help us out. We gotta do what we gotta do with what we have.
I'm not hoping, there's a process that's gonna be in place. You're gonna see different numbers if you look at the presentation. I think it's best because you're gonna see where we're over budget on some, but we still haven't gone out, and that includes other scope. There's a reason why we got in trouble in the past was the board was trying to make decisions and not allowing the professionals to make those decisions. That's why we hired a professional group and we have professionals on staff. We'll take the administration's recommendation as how to move forward with the bond. We need to make sure what we told the voters gets done, and there's still a lot of stuff that's going to take place from now till then. That's the way construction works. That's the way economics works, depending on what's out there. And so,
my recommendation to the board, again, this is just for, I appreciate the dialogue, and appreciate the recommendation. May want to take this up again, a special board meeting.
Yeah.
We can talk about bond interest, what you want to do with bond interest, so we can continue the presentation. Again, I love the spirit because we're all here to make sure that taxpayers get what they voted for. But the board may want to take this up at a special board meeting.
Thank you, Dr. G. And it is a testament to your administration and the team of 8 that you are realizing bond interest, and it is being fiscally responsible. So yes, a special board meeting is warranted for just to talk specifically about bond interest. So the next slide, if you go to the next slide, Adrian, from the last time we met till now, we've had, of course, the schematic design presentation in the board meeting. And then we've done some coordination. Alex Linehands, our project manager, has worked with the IT team with Dr. Rico and implemented the first phase of our WebEx system district upgrade, and that's a phone system that puts you in compliance with Kerry's law well before the 2025-26 school year, and you're the second district in town that's done that. Isleta is the only other school district that is in compliance right now. We've done some Wi-Fi upgrades both at Reyes and we're working with at Damian now. Of course, we put out third-party RFQs, and we continue to work on a weekly basis, sometimes a daily basis. I've got meetings, my schedule is booked from morning to evening with coordinating with both our design teams on project cost discussions and also design meetings. And on the 16th, we had a community meeting, community-wide meeting. The next one we will have is on April 21st. Again, our cadence is to come here, be very, and I like that word, it's not just a word, transparent with the board. We go to CBAC shortly after this on Monday, then we go to the community and we tell them the exact same thing. We open it up for comments and questions. We've had some furniture task force meetings where we're getting task force ready to make some decisions on new furniture. We've done some coordination with our civil engineer, SLI, on doing surveys at existing sites and proposed sites. We've done environmental assessments at the Johnny Dean Horse Farm. You know, there are existing structures there that need to be demolished. And then, of course, the traffic impact analysis at both Alderete Middle School and Canapillo Middle School sites. And we've done, like we've talked to you before, we like to be very strategic in our community engagement. So we've had some very measured progress on the outreach to our community. We had a ribbon cutting ceremony, and if you go to the next slide, I'll show you some of the community engagement events. This was the community meeting that was conducted on the 16th, and we had board members out there. Dr. Galaviz was out there. I really appreciate any community meeting you can come to. It makes a huge impact. The next slide is the design meeting held with the Alderete community on January 30th, where we went through the schematic designs with them, gathered their input, heard their concerns. This is a really nice picture of the students at Canapillo Middle School actually getting to see the renderings of the new middle school being in design right now for Canapillo Middle School. And then the next slide is the ribbon cutting ceremony that was at the Canapillo High School. I think we had at least 150 people out there. Some of the board members went out there. A huge impact on that baseball, softball team. And then, as always, on the next slide, we are all about economic growth in our region, and so we conduct doing business with Canapillo ISD, where we inform anybody who's interested in doing business on the right way to do it by getting their vendor packet submitted, by going and registering through Ion Wave, and being attentive to those emails and solicitations when they come out. So we're going to go through each project, and I know I've probably taken more than my allotted time, but on the next slides, what I really want to get you to is to look at the general, in the bottom left-hand corner, the general scope of work, and then the possible alternates on each of these specific projects. These project alternates were prioritized by the campus design committee. And then I want you to look at the project budget. So at Canapillo High School on slide 19, Adrian, you can see that the project construction budget is $10.9 million. The CMAR cost estimate on January 29th, on that snapshot, with very little information to go off of, with a lot of assumptions that they had to make because we're very early in the design process, the entire general scope of work with the alternates was priced out at $17 million. What does that mean? They're probably not going to get a lot of those alternates. What we're doing and what I alluded to before on having these meetings is that we're constantly having cost reduction meetings as they go further into the construction documents to see where we can save money and how we can save money. That's Canapillo High School. At Canapillo Elementary, you can see the general scope of work and all the possible alternates that were, again, they're put in priority by the campus design committee. And the project construction budget is at 6.4. The CMAR estimate at schematic design was 6.9, which is really close. We believe at Canapillo Middle School, they're not only going to get their general scope items, they're going to get everything on their alternate items with the allotted budget that they have. Bill Childress Elementary School, you can see there, they've got their general scope of work, they've got their possible alternates. They're about $2 million over budget on the schematic design. Again, continually having meetings with both the architect, the design committee. We should have 100% construction documents from the renovation works sometime in April or May, and that's when we go back to and meet with the campus committee and say, this is what you have, this is what it's costed at. You're going to have to tell us what you want us to do, but they've already told us in an order of priority what they'd like to get on their alternatives. Damian Elementary, same thing. It's much like Childress, where they have a general scope and then they have all these alternates. Again, That CMAR cost estimate is not only for the general scope, but it's for the entire amount of alternates as well. What we're doing with the design teams is we're telling them to draw everything, so that if we don't get to do an alternate, they at least have the drawings, so then in the future, if through operating expenses or something else, you may be able to address that without having to have to go through design again. If you look at Garcia Elementary, again, general scope of work, along with the alternates, the entire CMAR estimate for that was $5.8 million. It's about $1 million over. Again, we're just working with these general contractors and the design teams to lower that, to get that number better as we go through the construction document phase. And again, if I could tell you what schematic design was, it's like an outline to a book. So the general contractor is working on a concept. He doesn't really have high details, so what they're using is rough orders of magnitude, which are very conservative orders, pricing. And so I don't want you to be scared by these. As we get further into the construction document, the cost estimates will come down lower. Reyes Elementary is, again, with their general scope of work and alternates, they're very close to that $1.1 million in project construction budget. And then if you go, these are the new builds. So on the general scope of work, again, of course, in the new build, the project construction budget for Northwest Early College High School was $30.2 million. Right now they're at $33 million for that budget. At Alderete Middle School, again, conceptual design, they haven't really gotten into. Now they have, and you'll see those numbers come down. The CMAR estimate was about $8 million over. At Canutillo Middle School, they're about $4 million over. And then at Davenport, they're about $3 million over on their construction estimate. But I want you to focus on it, but I don't want you to focus on that because I don't want you to cause any anxiety. This is a very, very rough order of magnitude, and our general contractors have expressed that they're using very conservative numbers. I project that at our next meeting, when I give you an update, those will be further along in the design development process, and those numbers will have come down. Even now, we're working with them to get those numbers down. That's all I have tonight, but I'll take any questions you have.
Mr. Ortiz, so on the CMAR construction, the CMAR.
Yes.
On all of these are alternates, and that they're the alternates that you've met with the campus staff on extras.
Yes.
Right?
Extras.
Okay. Does that include the $1 million that the campuses that are not getting a new build
Yes.
are getting? So the $1 million is included in there?
Yes.
Okay, so obviously there's a lot more wants.
Yeah, yeah, and
Right?
you know, it's when you live in a campus like you have, you know, you live and breathe in there, you have a lot of wants. The budget doesn't always cover everything, but we want to make sure that we listed everything and then we get it drawn out so that in the future, should we not be able to address that want, you still have the design set where you can go out and procure the construction.
And the campuses realize that the $1 million is included in
Yes,
that?
yes,
Okay.
yes, we've done a very good job of communicating that to them.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. So the CMAR companies that we agreed upon are the ones who set these estimates together, correct?
Yes, very, very rough estimates.
Okay, yes, rough estimates, okay. And then in regard to the contractors for these specific jobs, we have not chosen those specific contractors yet, or we have?
So the general contractor is providing us with construction manager at risk services. CMAR, that's how they're gonna deliver the construction. So they get to, like right now, they're saying, for instance, at Davenport, they're saying it's gonna be $53 million. If with all the information the design team has given me, I'll give you a guaranteed maximum price that it's gonna cost you $53 million. As we get further into design development and they get more information, more design sets, the construction documents are further developed, their guaranteed maximum price goes down because they know we don't have $53 million. We have 50. So we have to get below that. And then once they get us that guaranteed maximum price, so they're working along with the architect because they know once they give us that GMP, they are at risk.
Right. Now, in regard to the actual contractors who will be doing the work though, so.
It's the same.
So it will all be under that CMAR?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So for instance, I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez.
Could you explain to the board the bidding process on each one of those sections? Just so the board will understand that the general contractor is not really giving you some numbers, but the numbers are determined by the subcontractors?
Right, yes, yes. So they have to bid out the, once they give, so they work hand in hand with their subcontractors. So for instance, general contractor has a mechanical subcontractor, and they're giving them the information on the mechanical set of designs. So the mechanical subcontractor, again, with those rough orders of magnitude, starts giving them projected prices on how that will be. Once they have the guaranteed maximum price, they're going to bid it out to other subcontractors to see if they can get a deal on it. But the guaranteed maximum price to the district means that it won't go over that. They guarantee that's going to be the maximum price on that.
And so those subcontractors that the bid will go out to, those have not started yet?
No.
Those bids for the subcontractors?
Not yet. Not until they
That's
give
what I
us
thought. I
the
just wanted to verify. Thank you.
Any other questions? Not, that will take us to the next item. Thank you.
Item 5B, discussion and possible action to consider and address the superintendent and administration's recommendation to approve and continue with the program changes under policy DFFV local, previously authorized as a board resolution. This includes consideration of additional staffing adjustments at the elementary level if Diana Davenport Elementary is closed and consolidated with another campus. Additionally, authorization is sought to implement a reduction in force in the following employment areas as proposed by the superintendent. 1. Central office / departments includes all non-campus locations, reorganization and restructuring. 2. Career and technical education CTE department, reorganization and restructuring. 3. Library programs redesign / program change. 4. Counseling program redesign / program change. 5. Secondary programs offering redesign / program change. 6. Campus reorganization and restructuring / staffing / program change elementary and secondary campuses. 7. Elementary music program redesign program change. 8. Nursing and health science services district-wide program change. 9. DDE campus closure and consolidation. 10. Pre-K program elimination. 11. Montessori program elimination. The board is requested to approve these recommendations and authorize the administration to proceed with the implementation of necessary workforce adjusted as outlined above. Presenter, Ms. Martha Carrasco and Dr. Oscar Rico.
Before we go on, I just did a summation of our workshop last week of the 3 groups. So again, that's just for all to look at. But you have a week. I'm not saying you can't change your mind, but just to get all what happened on that day. So that's just information. Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Legal, can I get in regards to, do we take it item by item, or can we agree with, let's say, all the ones that the workshop?
Thank you, Steve Blanco, Council of the District. Board President Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Calvarez, it depends. I'm not sure what specifically the organizational structure is for the presentation of the areas they're going to recommend be included in the program changes, but you've got the 11 listed. So if you're approving them all, you could, I'm not saying you are, but if you're approving them all, you could have a motion to approve them all. And if you're only approving certain ones, you're going to need to identify them.
Also,
area.
Also, trustees, you're given a vanilla folder. That vanilla folder, additional information was another nursing model. One by that workshop, another one created by Dr. Reyes and our coordinator. If Davenport has a decision to be made today, the staff that would be transferred and excess staff. Also some talking points that once your decision is made, what we're going to email the staff. I'm going to be with principals tomorrow, and what we're going to email to the parents in the community, and for yourself talking points. And then there was a request, since the board didn't travel, the presentation, a request by Ms. Barnes, and so that's our travel for the year. Also that, which is not yet part of this presentation. That's part of your packet.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. So these items, though, they're not consent agenda, so they're open for discussion.
Yes, we could, and that's what I'm asking legal is, we could take 1, 2, 3, vote on that. We could vote on we could vote as, I make a motion to approve 1, 2, 3, and if that was seconded and there's discussion, we could have that discussion and vote on it, or we could individually take it, depending on the preference of the board, and that's what I was referring to in regards to the previous discussion we had at the workshop, and then having a deeper dive conversation into the ones.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Can we make a motion to remove items that we don't want on there?
Yeah. I mean, that would be a motion if you, it wouldn't be to remove it.
I'm not sure where you're removing them from, but to your point, it's probably easier if you take them from the order that's listed. And just go one at a time, and see if you have agreement amongst the board members to approve those areas to be effective under the policies. Either it will be approved or it won't be approved.
Yeah, but depending on whatever motion we're provided, if one were to say, I make a motion not to.
Well, the first one is central office departments includes all non-campus locations.
Yeah, but just referring to that, if there was a different.
I make a recommendation that we take item by item, because if we have questions, because if you do 1, 2, 3, no, I think that it should be item by item so that it is open to questions if anybody still has clarification questions. And we got a lot from the workshop last week, right? Yes. But new questions might have arisen, so I think that we should take, my recommendation is to take one item by item.
That's fine.
I agree, but did we answer the items that we did not agree on? For example, it was the pre-K to 3, the Montessori. Okay.
You have the results. He's saying, did we get questions answered? So I think we'll discuss it. Oh, okay.
So let's go then with item number 1, which is the central office departments. Is there a motion to approve?
If I may, Mr. Chair. So a clarification that came up from some of the questions that I had in regards to the nursing position through my discussion. Oh, I know, it has to do with this. Through my discussions with Ms. Carrasco and Dr. Galaviz, I ended up realizing that one of the positions that is covered under the central office 1.2 cuts is the nurse coordinator position. So I think it's important that we all understand that, as this is going to affect the nursing decision that we make later. Part of the 1.2 is the nurse coordinating position. That was not made clear to us initially, but I found that out from my discussion.
So, I'm a little confused now, because in the information that we requested from Ms. Carrasco, it was a chart.
Yes, it's under student support services.
Student support services. Well, you have under that chart, business service division, which is finance, correct? Is that finance? That's correct. And then you have career and technology, education. You have child nutrition department, human resources, information tech, services, police service, public information clerk, public information, you have SPED, you have student support, and district alternatives. So this position is under student support?
That's my understanding.
The
nurse coordinator.
The nurse coordinator is under the central office.
But your breakdown of central office, it would
Yes.
be under student support.
Yes.
One of those two.
Yes, that's correct.
I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that before we took that on.
And just for clarification, the police services is a secretary, I believe, it's not an armed officer, correct? It's not an officer, no.
Mr. Chair, I'm seeing a lot of clerical, getting rid of a lot of clerical. We're not getting rid of any higher paid employees. You know, I know that we're cutting out 1.4 million expenses and salaries, but I did request a total compensation in salaries per department to understand it better. I think we can do that.
I'm gonna push back on that because we're recommending.
Sure.
Your job as a board is to balance the budget governance. We're recommending the positions. There's more clerical than there are exempt employees in central office. So we're putting on the table 1.2, 1.1. That's what we're putting on the table. I mean, to sit there and you're gonna tell me how to run a district, we cut, we shouldn't cut, we should be cut. I mean, that's just not how it works. So,
Dr. Galaviz, I do understand that you're running the district. The reality of things is that every government work right now is cutting positions, and some of those employees are doing 3-4 tasks at the same time, and it is what it is. I mean, we're seeing it in every part of our business, not only the city of El Paso, but in the entire country. So my opinion is if we need to cut a certain amount of money, and we're not seeing it throughout the district, especially the administration, then I have a problem with it.
I have a question. On the itemized list that you sent us, which is what we asked for, an itemized per department. In the list that you sent us that I just went over, that is equivalent to the 1.2?
That's correct. Remember, the amounts that I've given you are approximations, and once the directive is given and you approve that we move forward, I will give you a list with the exact amounts once we move forward to do the reduction in force that needs to be done that you approve.
So why the approximation? Because like if you have only one person, you know what they're making. 1 hourly, 1 exempt, you know what they're making. Why are they approximations?
Because there could be changes along the way, and so those are things that that's why it's very close to what the amount that we need to bring in on that.
What kind of changes?
For example, let me give you the child nutrition department. Let's just say, for example, there is one person there. I know that in talking to Ms. Barnes earlier, she mentioned, okay, that's not 199, you should be able to keep that. So that could change, you know, but this is the recommendation that was made. This is a recommendation that is being made from administration. And by the way, I want to say thank you to all of you that provided your input regarding the staff reductions, and all of the audience here that spoke at Open Forum. I've gotten phone calls in my office, and I want to thank everybody for their input.
We appreciate everybody's commitment and perspective on what we're trying to do. We understand the importance of having thoughtful discussions about the staffing that we need to do. Cabinet and HR has taken careful steps, evaluated our operational needs, our budget constraints, district priorities. We've taken all of that into consideration to make informed recommendations to the board and what would best serve the district at this time when we need to address this budget deficit. So, by no means do we take this lightly. This is something that's going to impact district-wide. And of course, one of the things that had been mentioned before, I believe Mr. Rodriguez had mentioned, go back and look at what our staffing was in 2018, what is it now? You have 80 or 100 people more. So basically, even in looking at the TASB study, they're looking at everything across the board, not necessarily the 199 funds. However, I know that is our priority as a district, to look at that and make those cuts in those areas. But if you all had tasked administration to reduce employees because our number of students and our enrollment has gone down, that is why in this case it's touching all departments, especially here at central office.
But, I'm sorry, were we told that the budget cuts had to be from line 199?
Pardon?
We were told that these budget cuts had to come from line 199, right?
From local funds, that's correct.
From 199. So now you're saying that it's not just in that line item?
The majority of them are, yes.
But what you're telling us now, what you told us before is not the same thing, and that's what I have a problem with.
It is the same thing.
You said the majority are.
The majority,
before
yes.
it was, they are from
For
199.
example, in this case, I'm addressing food service, because from one point I had the directive to reduce the footprint, to reduce the number of employees. And in doing that, that's across the board. TASB study was across the board, irregardless of what the funding. And if you look at the TASB study, that also included a child nutrition employee on that one. So that's my directive, was to, try and get what we needed out of that TASB study, the information that we were provided, and that's what was done. So at this point in time, like you're asking me, is the number going to change? Potentially, because in my conversation earlier this afternoon with Ms. Barnes, she pointed that out. If you don't want to do that, then we don't do it. Like I said, I am bringing you forth recommendations to help with our budget deficit. It is up to you to tell me or direct me what it is that you want me to do.
If I may. So, a couple things. First, in regard to the specific 199, if we're looking at this number saying it's almost a 1.2 savings, it's actually not if not all of these are coming from the 199. So, other than the child nutrition department, am I misunderstanding that, first of all? Am I misunderstanding that this is not a savings of 1.2 if these are not coming from 199?
And I want to add one more comment. I have checked with finance, and I know that in talking to them, I know that maybe some of our, like 185 money is going to be reduced. And so some of that money can be, or part of that money can be repurposed to be more targeted for use for the student needs. So that was something that, those are conversations that have been had in cabinet along with Dr. Galaviz, and I know he raised that question to Ms. Pulley, and that was that those funds can be repurposed for more direct use for the students.
Okay, and then in regard to the rest of the organizational list that's here, are any of the rest of these not coming from 199?
Yes.
And that's not saving.
Which one?
What else is not coming from 199?
I believe there's more. What? DAP? There's one DAP,
Because that comes from a different fund.
185.
CTE,
Education or something?
CTE.
What fund does that come from?
CTE funds. That'll go back, what we're having, and again, glad Mr. Gill is here, we're having, where they were raising money for their field trips. Rather than now we can get that money back.
Okay, so my concern here, my initial concern was just the nurse coordinator, because I didn't want to cut that or talk about cutting that position and voting on that, and then going to the nurse positions later and saying, oh, but we need to add this back on. So I needed everybody to understand. I didn't even realize at that time when I was having that conversation with you, Ms. Carrasco, that some of these were not from the 199. So honestly, I feel like this 1.2 amount is misleading, because it's not savings. If we take off the 43,000 from child nutrition, and we take off the 115 from career technology education, and we take off the 27,000 from DAP, I didn't have time to calculate that, but I know it's not 1.2. So what is our actual savings from 199? Because that's the account that we should be looking at cutting our budget from.
Hi, members of the board. So one of the things that we were discussing in regards to one good example would be the child nutrition. So currently our custodial staff, for example, takes care of cleaning the cafeteria, takes care of cleaning the area adjacent to it. Currently all of your custodians are paid out of 199. Under the allotment of child nutrition, they could be paid by the time and effort they spend in the cafeteria. So, just to give a ballpark figure, an hour a day, a team of 7 custodians, for example, at a middle school, that compensation would come from that fund. So, in a sense, the way you see this one is you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, in the sense that you're going to take from that child nutrition fund and then add that into the compensation for custodial staff. It will require more effort, because now you're going to have to document the specificity of the time that is spent. For those of you that have been in the classroom and remember aids with time and effort logs, it's the same concept. When it comes to career and technology education, there is a certain portion of the allotment that has to be spent, or our budget that has to be spent on CTE. We were underspending before, so everything was brought up to where it needed to be. Like Dr. Galaviz said, there's other expenses within the CTE program that could be taken directly from there instead of the 199 or additional fundraising. The one that is a little bit trickier would be your 185s, because you can't supplant those services. Right? There are services that the district continues to require. One example that we were talking about, there is an attendance officer at the high school that has served in increasing the attendance. Before we know what the legislature is going to do, whether it's going to be ADA or enrollment, attendance is gold for us, right? So those monies can go directly into targeting that. You guys saw earlier with the academic performance. If you decide to add anything to supplement that academic performance, as we were seeing before, so long as it's not supplanting something already there, those 195 funds could be utilized there. So you are taking them from one fund and putting them in another. I can't guarantee you that it'll be dollar for dollar, because we don't really know. But the intent is to take those dollars and reallocate them elsewhere.
Okay, so technically, if we reallocated those funds, they could be that amount of savings. Okay, thank you for that explanation. Legal, is there any gray area that we should consider here that wouldn't be smart to do?
I'm not sure I follow.
Reallocating from funds from one area or one account to another, he mentioned keeping time logs, things of that sort, to make sure that the funds are being spent correctly. Is there anything that we need to be aware of before we decide that those changes can be made?
Not from a purely legal standpoint, from an operational difficulty standpoint, perhaps.
And that's normal processes that we already do.
Yeah, we're taking the same money,
okay,
putting it back, same account.
So that makes sense to me in regard to the child nutrition department and the CTE, but we're not really sure whether or not that's going to be possible with the DAEP.
That's right. So your state comp ed and your Title I cannot supplement something that you already have there. So a perfect example, teachers, right? We can pay for a teacher out of, say, combat or Title I. But you can't say, well, this year we paid this teacher with $199, next year we're gonna pay them with $185. What this will do is, if you do have anything that reports to say, hey, we're gonna add a college and career readiness coach, because you saw those scores earlier, or you say, hey, we're gonna add some tutoring program to increase the masters. So that will put at your disposal an avenue to increase student achievement without impacting 199.
And I also know that last year that 185 budget did drop a little bit. So I know that Christy mentioned that the possibility of it dropping a little bit more would be there. So we're just preparing in case it does, and those funds can still be repurposed for the purpose that is used towards the students.
So my recommendation for this would be to remove off of the list the 2 positions that come from 185. So your student support, well, I guess technically the nurse coordinator position, so that we can talk about that one when we discuss the nurses. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The model that we're proposing does not have nurse.
One, quite a few do.
No, the one that we're proposing.
Which one is that?
It's in Brown.
There's 2 in Brown.
Yeah, there's one if Davenport stays open, and there's one
If we consolidate.
But those do not include a nurse. They include the models that.
Ms. Barnes, I'll pull that amount off and we'll use it in that other
discussion, because I
Yes.
know we had talked about that amount earlier as well. So personally, I think the motion should be made for central office recommendations minus one of the exempt positions was the nurse coordinator position, and minus the DAEP position that also comes from 185. So we don't know what can or cannot happen with those funds.
Could I make a comment? Yeah. I personally don't agree on the nurse coordinator. I don't think that we need one. We don't need one, and I don't think we should have one. So are you saying that if we remove it from the list here, it's going to be added as number 12?
I think it would be discussed with the nursing category. We would determine at that point which of these nursing models, with or without the coordinator, would be included there.
But is it going to be as part of the RIF 2?
That position, if we vote for it to be from the nurse, or from the nurse model. So the nurse models that are here, we have some that are with the nursing coordinator, and we have some that are without.
I just want to add to this, because I think what we're doing here is we're micromanaging the district. I think that's not our role. We shouldn't be saying how it needs to be done. We've already asked what needed to be done, which was to balance the budget. Administration's role is to come with those recommendations. We have to approve them or we don't approve them. But for us to be telling administration how to do their job, then that's not our role as board members. One, we're micromanaging, and 2, that's not our role. In regards to the discussion we've had in the past, is we wanted to make sure that the less impact was in the classroom, was the student, the classroom, then the campus, and central office. And just on central office, we've already had a study saying that we're overstaffed in regards to certain areas, and the district went above that to, and now we're having conflicting, because now we have, we talked about clerical, but now we're saying, let's say, nurse coordinator, and that's not administration's recommendation. So I guess for this item, on item number 1, what is administration's recommendation?
Well, administration gave the recommendation, that's the entire list. Now, my pushback with this, Mr. Rodriguez, is that we asked for the specificity of this to begin with, and we didn't get it. Honestly, we still didn't get it after even the breakdown here, because we should have been informed from the very beginning that the nurse positions included the nurse coordinator at the high school.
So you're saying we never got information?
We never got the specificity of what these departments were. or what these positions were in the central office department. So
You're looking at nurse coordinator, right?
I'm looking at that specifically because of the discussion that was had at the workshop. So at the workshop, we started asking questions about how is this going to work, so on and so forth, and it got brought up that our nurse coordinator position is also being cut. And I said, where is that? I don't see this in our presentation. Well, that's included in our central office that we did not have the specificity for. So yes, we are supposed to be looking at administration's recommendations, but administration's recommendation is not clear and did not have the specificity that it should have had from the beginning for us to make well-informed decisions.
So you're telling me at the discussion of the workshop, you did not know about the nurse coordinator?
Not until I asked. I learned of it that night and had to come in and have then additional meetings, and I had discussions with Dr. Delavise and Martha at that time, and they informed me that they would then put together the different model for the options for the nurses that we are now looking at. So my concern is our nursing coordinator is the person who handles all of our SNAP benefits. They're the person who handles all of the professional development for all of the nurses in the district. They're the person who goes to all the Region 19 meetings and gets all of those trainings and then transfers that down to all of the nurses that are then underneath them. So if we don't have a nurse coordinator who is going to be responsible for all of those different hats that the nurse coordinator wears when we're already going to be short nurses.
Then that should be the question that.
So,
that was my question.
So if you look at the presentation that was given to us, Ms. Barnes, it tells you there, the recommendation, and it tells you what specifically the RN who would now be coordinator, no more, which would be a school nurse manager and what their duties are.
That's what was given to us tonight.
Yeah, tonight. I agree. This is something that we should have gotten maybe Friday, maybe even yesterday to look it over. Because we don't have time to, we have this, we're sitting here, we're looking at, we have this, we have to have time to look at it.
Respectfully, I'm going to disagree. What Mr. Rodriguez and Dr. Galavis have told you is actually correct. You're looking at policy decisions and high level structure. The nitty gritty, whether you have 2 people doing a job, 3 people doing a job, person A is doing the job, or person D is doing the job, is not a board decision. I'm not saying it's not important, and I'm not saying you might not know people who might be affected by this, but asking for names, detail, who's going to do X, who's going to do Y, who's going to do Z, is not the role of the board in approving or not approving these proposals. You can disagree with them, and you can vote, say, we're not going to do it. And then the board will vote, and it will be a yes or a no. But to go into each one of these categories and granularly nitpick and decide whether you agree with every single line item, it's not your role as a board member.
So I disagree because I did not ask for names.
No.
I wanted a dollar amount per department because you just gave us very vague 1.2, and that is exactly what you said.
Yes.
Correct? So in that one, I didn't know what fell under each one. I texted you or emailed you when I had a question about one, and you answered, okay? But we are responsible for the budget, right? And so I have to add something that when we look at the presentations that have been given to us regarding budget, right? We show that 84% is payroll, salaries. But I'm going to clarify something that only 51% is teachers. Alright? Yes, we have a lot more teachers than we do people up here. However, you're gonna have to look at the salaries, because the salaries of some of the people, which is what Mr. Martinez was saying up here, is equivalent to 2 teacher salaries. And that's what we're responsible for, the budget. The budget. And we're trying to budget. So it's misleading when we're presented that this is teachers. It is not teachers. Only 51%. And common sense, we have more teachers, okay? But the rest, it's the dollar amount. The salary of the dollar amount. And that, I would like that to come up at another meeting, possibly. But my recommendation right now is I recommend that we go ahead and approve the list that was submitted to us under item number 1, which is central office departments, includes all non-campus locations, reorganization and restructuring. That is my motion.
Mr. Chair.
I had already made the motion,
I have a
so.
comment.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Blanco, I agree with you about micromanaging. I usually don't do this. But it's very clear when I'm asking for a document over and over and over, and it's not provided to me, then I have an issue with it. Okay? As simple as giving me the document would have shut me out completely. I didn't get it. I don't know why.
I'm not aware of the document, what is it?
It's basically a total salary of each department. Because like Ms. Maldonado said, it is very clear where all the salaries are at. Teachers and administration. Very clear, based on the chart that we were given. The simple fact remains that we need to balance a budget. And with the numbers and the figures that we're given, we're not even close to balancing it. Not even close.
On Friday, I provided an attachment. They have requested that they wanted salaries for employees from 2018 to present. And every salary for every employee attached to the department that they work for was provided.
That's incorrect. I said for the entire department, finance, for example, $290,000. Human resources, $300,000. That amount. I just wanted to make sure where do we stand with each department? How much are we allocating per department? That's it. That's all I wanted.
Yes. So I don't know if that request was submitted to Dr. Galaviz.
That's correct. It was.
But again, like I said, it goes back to what our attorney said. You know what? This is what's on the table. It's there for central office, but you're gonna go and granular. It's not your job.
Just
really not your job.
Respectfully, Superintendent, I just think if we're gonna have to look at cutting programs that directly affect children, where we have music teachers, where we have nurses, where we have, counselors, and we're gonna be asked to possibly, restructure those positions, then we should definitely look at administration and see if there's any more cuts that we can make there. Because like you said, Mr. Armando, we gotta look at who's affecting our children first. Where can we cut so that their kids are not affected as much? These kids have a rapport with their counselors. They know their music teachers. They, and the nurses, they know what affects each one of them. And we're asking, you're asking us to look at that. And let us look at administration a little bit deeper.
And so in regards to that, we're only having a conversation about central office. And we haven't even gone to that area of pre-K, Montessori, and some of these others music in regards to that, because what ends up happening is we're trying to stipulate which ones and which ones don't on central office, which we've all had conversations and we've all had discussions about. We need to figure out how we could address central office, and we're just on that one item, and that could help save some of this other stuff, and yet we're trying to take stuff out of it.
I agree with you, Mr. Rodriguez. My only concern, and this is something that I explained to Ms. Carrasco and Dr. Galaviz, is because things like the position of the nurse coordinator are going to affect our decision about the nurse, because we have to make sure we're in compliance. We have to make sure that we're meeting all of the things that we need to meet as a district, but we're not being informed of what's being included. We weren't informed of what was included in central office, and then we were asked to make a decision on that. If we wouldn't have pushed further and asked for that additional information, it wouldn't have been given to us. So it's not about micromanaging, it's about asking administration to follow through with the specificity that was originally requested from the very beginning so that we can make well-educated decisions. Because if we would have voted on the nurse without any other discussion, I don't think our nurses would have been covered for next year for what they needed to do, because we would have been unaware that they were left without a nursing coordinator. Yes.
All due respect, that's his job. He has made the determination with the administrative staff And if they eliminate a particular position, whatever the duties were being handled by that position can still be performed to the extent that they're legally required and necessary for the district by somebody else. I'm not discounting what you're saying. You're identifying and saying, well, I want it this way. You want a particular person, particular position done a certain way. They're telling you they don't need it. And so they're asking you to include that in the reduction as part of the budget reduction. And if you don't want to, you can say no. The board can vote to say no, but then you're gonna lose that savings. That's up to you all.
I have one last question, Ms. Carrasco. So on what you sent us, the list, the itemized list, with the specific dollar amount per department or per line, right? It's 1.2 million or it's about 1.2 million? Yeah, it's not 1.2 million when you add it up. It's 1.046. So, more or less.
1,146,000, that's correct, when I added it up on here, yes.
Okay, so when you're telling us that the savings is 1.2 million, where's the difference?
There was a position that was removed off the list.
Okay, so the savings now is 1.146.
That's correct.
But again, if I were to ask, you would have told me.
Just wanna, last year we cut 28 people from central office, and you get the job done. So, and there again, I do want to respect Trustee Barnes because she did make a motion. So,
Well, so my motion was to remove the 2 positions from 185.
My motion was to remove the 2 positions from the 185, so the student support division, specifically the RN nurse coordinator, so that we could discuss that during the nurse item, and then the 185 of district, or I'm sorry, DAEP. I will adjust my motion if somebody would be okay with just doing the nurse coordinator and discussing that later, leaving 185.
Is there a second, or is there another motion?
I make a motion to approve the list as is, for the central office departments, including the non-campus locations and reorganization and restructuring. The list that was submitted to us by Ms. Carrasco.
Is there a second? I'll second that.
Ms. Barnes?
No.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
No.
Ms. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Zuniga?
Yes.
4 in favor, motion passes.
I will take this to now Career and Technology Education Department. Reorganization and restructuring. Is there any questions, or is there a motion?
When you're talking about the education, this is basically the program itself.
no, it's the
This is a program change.
as a program. And I say it because again, each of these people, when you're talking about one individual, that and you know, again, we want to have some level of compassion.
So it's not the whole program that's gonna be cut, or it's gonna be reconstruction, it's just a portion of it that you decided?
Yes. So personnel.
In the middle school, correct? So what we're talking about? No.
I motion to approve the CTE program modification.
And I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any questions? None?
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Zuniga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
That will take us to library program redesign. Ms. Maldonado has a question.
So I have a question on this redesign. So when we're looking at a floating, I'm gonna call it a floating librarian that will have 2 campuses, right? What happens when the librarian is not at this campus A? Let's say campus A, campus B. When she's not at campus A, the library is closed for that campus for that day? How is that reorganization going to work?
So they would have to be coordinated, right? So if there's a staff member that will be there to open, would, for example, that's where my technicians or the technicians that work in our department work out of, but by all intents and purposes, yes, there would be some closures if there's not staff that's using the library during the portion of the float where the librarian is not there.
So on the days that, obviously then, on those days, kids wouldn't have access to the library, but they would have access. Are you looking at an alternating day? Like Monday, Wednesday type thing?
I think so. So what we're waiting for is the guidance from Ms. Carrasco so that she can work with Dr. Kearney and with those principals that would be impacted to come up with what best fits the needs of those campuses.
It also depends on the Davenport ECE consolidation.
Excuse me, I have a question. Just to clarify for myself and for the public, this proposal, how many librarians is it leaving left?
This is only at the elementary level.
Okay, so how many would be left for all the elementaries?
There's 6 elementary campuses, so 3, because each one would serve 2 campuses.
Okay, thank you.
The question is, how will it determine who stays?
So, good question. The policy that you are operating under, DFFB, has specific criteria that has to be applied in order as it exists in the policy to everybody who's affected funding this group. There's 6, all 6 are compared with each other to determine which ones, based on the criteria, are checked and which ones are included in the reduction of force.
And there's no rehire, or not rehiring, but hiring process that they have to follow?
No, there is. That's another good point. So
They have to go through a hiring process?
no, the people that are kept, no, but anybody who's displaced has the opportunity to apply for any vacant and available position that exists in the district for which they're qualified and they have to be considered for it. That's not, there's no guarantee that if you're displaced under the RIF that you're going to get a job, but let's say you have more than one type of certification and you're removed from your position and there's a vacancy that has not yet been filled. If you're interested in it, you can apply for it and go through that process and you must be considered for it.
I know that I'm not supposed to micromanage, but I'm going to give you my opinion. If we're displacing them, I don't believe that they should go through a hiring process. You check to see if they're certified and give them the opportunity.
There is no hiring process. The ones that are selected based on the evaluation against the policy, those are the ones that stay. The others, depending on their certifications, if there's availability, then we can place them at that point. For example, I know that I do have at least one librarian that has a SPED cert, and they've already asked to be moved into a SPED classroom.
So there's no rehiring for the ones that are being relocated?
Yes.
Relocated.
The ones that we can find a spot for, yes, they don't have to, we just will do a transfer. But if there's no position, then at that point, yes, they would actually not, if there's no position to move them into, depending on their certifications.
Is there any other questions or motion?
I have one quick question.
I know we have some principals here from elementary, I don't know if I can ask them. How badly would it impact the students to just maybe have a librarian twice a week, let's say?
It'll impact it tremendously.
Because I mean, I know there's a lot of kids, especially like at Garcia, you know, there's a lot more kids. I mean, how is that gonna impact our kids, you know, reading? I mean, I understand everything's gonna impact.
You're looking at if CES and Reyes have some of the bigger numbers.
Can you come up to the mic?
CES and Reyes, I'm Mrs. Barca from CES. Thank you. CES and Reyes have the biggest numbers. So just for example, say they have those two schools, you are looking at over 1,000 kiddos that they have to, you know, make schedules for half days. And depending on what structure you all decide, it's either half days at each school, it's every other day at each school. If you lose those librarians, you lose those aides, so the libraries would be closed. Because we are already short-staffed as it is on campuses, so unless administration takes around and learns how to do the books, learns how to do bookkeeping and things of that nature, other duties as assigned, which we will do to leave our libraries open. However, to function properly, it's not going to happen. IT, I know IT and library work very closely together. So, you know, our questions and principals have been speaking is what's going to happen with the IT part of that? You know, our librarians take over a big bulk of the IT and technology part of that. And so, you know, where do we lie with that IT position? And, you know, we're a campus where we looked at our reading scores, we looked at the new things that we're bringing up for reading and structured literacy and things of those nature. That's all library. That's the foundation and the heartbeat of our schools. So it is very difficult. If you're asking, can we function? Yes. Just like Dr. Galaviz said, we will do it. Do we want to? No, because we are going to hurt those kiddos going into the library. And some of those kids, that's their, it's not athletics, it's reading.
Just pause up real quick, I have a question. In County Elementary School, how many classrooms do you have at County Elementary School? How many classes?
How many classes? So I have 3 classes in pre-K. I have...
Altogether, more or less.
Oh, all my teachers have 35 teachers.
35 teachers, so 35 classes. So more than likely, each class will visit the library twice a week.
They visit the library twice a week. We try to rotate them through A and B schedules depending on what the librarian is also doing at that time.
So when they visit the library, the teachers take care of the kids, or do they?
Both. So my librarian also gives classes. So they do coding classes, they do library lessons. So they actually take over classes, and or the classroom teacher will be in there with the librarian.
My son loves the library. Thank you.
Can I speak?
Thank you.
So at Diana Davenport, we are very understaffed. So I'm going to say 2 things. The first thing is that I didn't have a librarian at the beginning of the school year, so I had to learn how to do the system. So we checked out all laptops, we checked out all textbooks, we checked out all of iPads. It was myself and my office manager. So we did that. So if we do lose librarians, it will impact us a lot. I do it because I have to do it. I want to keep my campus open, so I will do custodial work if I have to. But on the other side of the coin, it's exactly what Mrs. Barca said. If we do not have libraries, you see the effect and librarians on our scores. So everything is a trickle effect. So if we don't have any support in the library, it affects STAR scores, it affects reading, it affects the lessons that the librarians give. But I wanted to give my point because that's what we do at my campus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions or motion? Steve, can we just roll this? If I don't hear a motion, can we just?
You don't receive a motion on it, you can just pass the item.
Is there a motion?
The motion is to
Yeah, approve administration's recommendation. We could
Are you making that motion or not?
No, if there's not a
There's
motion.
no motion, then it's not being approved.
Can we come back to it after we're done with
Yeah,
this?
that's sure. Okay.
As long as it's on the agenda, item, yes.
So we'll take this to next item. Or, well, we don't have to say item.
It's for counseling program
design.
redesign.
Is there any questions under this one?
I'd like to make a motion to remove this from the list.
Remove.
If I may, I want to just be clear in regard to the counselor redesign, because I think we had some discussion, and excuse me, Dr. Rico, but I think it was with you at the end of our workshop last time. You had explained that we were looking at most likely doing a counselor half day, and then the other half of the day would be one of the social workers. Is that correct? So there would be somebody on campus all day long, even though it's not a counselor.
Correct, and I know we work with curriculum and instruction, and Dr. Reyes works under curriculum and instruction as well. So there are case managers that are attached to a very specific funding and a very specific grant. There's some social workers that are paid out of 199 that would also take on those roles. So yes,
That's not correct. Social workers are 185. There none of them are? No.
Yes,
I
sir.
know that for the three case managers that are Stronger Connections grant, that's funded, that's grant funded.
Sorry, Ms. Reyes, if you could come to me.
They're not doing counseling duties, they're not doing schedules, they're not doing those types of duties. They're doing
The social emotional part. Okay. So we have 3 case managers. Good evening. We have 3 case managers. Those case managers are located at Jose Damian, Alvarete Middle School, and Garofio High School. Those 3 case managers are funded from a Stronger Connections grant, so they are grant funded and will remain with us till September of 2026. That's when the grant ends. We do have 3 social workers, 3 district social workers. Those 3 social workers, one of them is, a portion is grant funded through the Mental Health First Aid Grant, and then the rest is funded out of the 185, right? Okay. And if I'm correct, the other 2 are also fully funded out of 185. So we have 3 social workers, 3 case managers. Those are tied specifically to those campuses for the grant.
And if I may, Dr. Reyes, do you feel that the social workers would be able to help with the load of the counselor as the counselor is servicing the other campus that they're at?
So if we house them there, that is a possibility to do that. However, we do need to have the understanding that they are still servicing the entire district in the Tier 2, Tier 3 MTSS model. And so the difference between a counselor and a social worker, a counselor is working with students. They do tap into families, but they work mainly with students. The social workers do the wraparound service. So they work not only with the student, they work with the family, they work with the external agencies. So they do a lot more inclusive and intrusive, I guess, into the family. So caseloads are very different and they look different for counselors and social workers, because the social workers' caseloads, and no disrespect to counselors because I love my counselors, it's just a different role. They have a lot more detailed response to kids because they are Tier 2 and Tier 3 kids.
I have a quick question.
Jacob, sorry, let me, Ms. Warren. And it was Ms. Faria, but she'll let you go. I mean, Ms. Marlena.
Okay, thank you. So this recommendation, what exactly would it Does it do anything to social workers, the social workers that we have now? No, just the counselors?
No, it doesn't do anything to the social workers there. They would just assist, continue assisting at the campus level.
Okay, and do we know if these social workers are just for Ganadillo, or they also serve other schools as well?
These are employees of Ganadillo, they service our kids. So right now, the model is we have one social worker that's assigned to the 2 high schools. So she goes and services those kids. We have one that services 1 middle school, 3 elementaries, and then the other social worker, the other middle school, and the other 3 elementaries.
Okay, so say that one for the high school, she's in either Ganadillo or Nueces all the time, like full time?
Yes, pretty much. Just depends on the situations, pretty much. However, because they are district employees as well, we still have to administrate the Stronger Connections grant. We still have to work on MTSS, mental health. So there's other capacities at the district level that they do have to do as well as their caseload to their assigned campuses.
I'll just note, I don't know exactly what their caseload is and how much work that they have, but at least at Northwest, I've rarely ever seen our social worker there. So I don't know, maybe she would be able to take on more of that caseload.
She's there. She's there.
Okay.
Ms. Carrasco, I have a question. Sure.
Ms. Maldonado, and then Mr. Martinez.
So I have a question. You mentioned something about they would be housed at the Lone Star building? No, I'm sorry. The social workers? Yes. No, that's what they're saying. The model is that if we are moving to 3 counselors, then when the counselors are on one campus, social workers will be housed at the other campus, so that there's at least someone there to address any social emotional needs. And that's what I would be sure that it's guaranteed that there is somebody there. And I don't want to compare, but at the campus that I work, we have the social worker and the counselor working hand in hand. And it's beautiful. Because if by any chance the counselor's not there, your social worker takes care of the needs. And so as long as they're, I would say, if we're going to do this, we have to make sure that that social worker is at the campus that is being assigned in absence of the counselor. That's a must. So then you're telling me that we will not have social workers for the high schools and the No. You said that you have one social worker at the high schools, correct?
The 3 that you're talking about, they're already assigned one's to the 2 high schools, one's to 1 middle school, 3 elementaries, 1 middle school, 3 elementaries.
But now you have a counselor at the elementaries, at the middle schools and at the high schools.
I'm sorry?
Do we have a counselor at the middle school and the high
We have 2
school?
counselors at each middle school, and then we have the 4 counselors at the high school.
And the counselors at the secondary are not being affected? Just the elementary.
Right. And so if you're asking to house the 3 social workers at the elementaries, then
to support the counselor.
right.
Yes, ma'am,
Then-
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but then we also need to understand that our social workers will not be working with the middle schools and the high schools?
They have to.
For tier 2 and tier 3 kids? See, but that's why I was saying there's a difference between a social worker's role and the counselor's role. And I just want to make that very clear and very educated, so I really did.
I think y'all need to get back to what the recommendation is from the administration. They have a structure that they're proposing, and what is it?
So again, once the guidance is given to Ms. Carrasco, this would be solved in different scheduling. Obviously, when there are emergencies, we will utilize all counselors that are assigned to the school district to be able to take care of those emergencies. So once guidance is given, then Ms. Carrasco and subsequent staff would work to have a structure in place and then scheduling in place to utilize those.
I just have one question. Would that mean that we would be one counselor at each campus for sure? I know the high school is different, but
3 counselors. They're gonna be sharing, one counselor will be sharing 2 campuses.
So right now, the motion is to remove the item, not to approve it.
To remove the item, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Not to approve?
That's correct.
Is there, well, there is a
He
motion.
asked specifically for it.
The question is it, are you still with your motion?
I mean, my opinion and my comment is from Ms. Carrasco. You know, and I think, Dr. Rico just mentioned it, those councils will be shared by the elementary campuses, which is really not what I'm looking for. I think we have so many kids in some of these campuses, they need a social worker and a counselor, period. That's my opinion. That's why I wanted to
Does
remove
your
this.
motion stand?
Yes.
I
Is there a
second.
second? Okay.
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Ms. Zuniga?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Zuniga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
I'll take this to the next item.
So just to recap on the counselor redesign, it's to leave as is.
Correct.
You're not doing it.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, that will take us to now the secondary program offerings redesign. Is there any questions or a motion?
I make the motion that we approve as is secondary program offerings redesign.
Is there a second?
Program change.
I second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any questions? Not? And, Adrian, can you pull the board?
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Zuniga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, that will take us to item 6. Is there any questions or is there a motion? The campus reorganization.
Sorry,
Am I correct?
They're listed in different orders on the different pages, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I think what ended up happening was how the
How we did it,
conversation,
yeah.
so.
So elementary music is next?
No, campus reorganization and restructuring staff program change.
I have a question. So is that at every single, elementary?
Yes, during our staffing, we did identify some excess staff, and so that's what it's in reference.
So the number that you have there, 5, is that district-wide? I mean, to all the elementaries or at each campus?
Elementary and
Yes,
secondary.
throughout, district-wide,
No, it doesn't say.
Yeah, secondary.
elementary and secondary.
Oh,
Is it possible for myself and for everyone here to hear the list of proposed staff changes?
No, I am not identifying, at this point in time. There still needs to be an evaluation done based on policy.
Alright, so we don't know like what exactly you're proposing yet.
Well,
You don't know the names of the individuals.
they're reorganizing that portion of the district's operation. This particular item is going to affect elementary and secondary, then they have to apply the policy, the staffing changes, and then it identifies the individuals as it goes. But no, to your point, they don't know who that is yet.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Carrasco, if I understand correctly, we're talking about increasing the classroom sizes, removing some teachers, eliminating some teachers, then eliminating some clerks.
Basically, we had classroom sizes in some instances where they had 9 students, 10 students. So yes, those numbers are going to increase.
And there's always, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we go up a certain, you all come up and request a waiver from TA, that we would stay within the class sizes.
That's correct.
Ms. Barnes, you had a motion?
oh, yes, a motion. My motion is to approve. Can you wait?
Yeah, I'm
I
sorry.
still have a question. My question wasn't answered. So my question, Ms. Carrasco, is this is secondary and elementary. And so in what you've given us, or somebody provided to us, the list, You have 5 staff members, so I'm assuming those are excessive?
I don't know where you got the
This was given to us
Yeah, today.
today.
This should- We've had it before.
Yeah, it's similar to what we had
Actually, that's
in the
our
last
sheet.
one.
It
This
says
one's
it's
in-
one non-exempt and 4 exempt.
So if you look at the,
It's an old sheet, no?
Right.
if you look at the list, Ms. Carrasco, that you had given us before,
Is it the script?
It's on the second
it's
page.
the RIF,
3.
Yes.
RIF 2. So it's 3, number 3?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you have the annual savings, 342,000. You have, number 2 is 5 staff members, 1 non-exempt, 4 exempt.
That's correct.
So I'm assuming, based on what you just said, these are excessive? But my question is, district-wide, or are all campuses affected?
Yes, ma'am.
But we
Well-
have 10 campuses.
Potentially, you won't know until you apply the policy to it.
That's correct, but in our staffing, we already identified some of those low class loads. So then, yes, you have to go back and do the evaluation on the staff.
But to clarify, I think are you asking all campuses were considered and looked at for this particular?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that what you were asking?
All campuses were looked at, including the secondaries. Including the secondaries, correct?
That's correct.
Because on here you have secondary and elementary. But on here, it doesn't specifically tell us.
Yes, because we did have, initially some of on the secondary, we do have, it includes both. We do staffing on both the secondary and the elementary campuses. So that's staffing. That's different from the secondary program offerings that you just approved.
Right.
Because that was on specific classes.
Okay. And again, if there's a vacancy somewhere, they will not have to go through a rehiring process, you will just place them.
Yes, and this is the reduction in force 2.0. Last year, what we did was that for all of the teaching staff, we were able to place them in vacancies that came about. Right now, it's very fluid. Personnel is fluid right now because I am having almost on a daily basis somebody turning in a resignation, either that they're separating at the end of the year, or some of them are separating in the next couple of weeks. So we're holding all those positions so that when this is resolved, and you give me the directive, then we'll know where to start placing individuals that are going to be displaced.
And so those that are retiring, resigning, those were not included in this amount.
Some are not. It just depends on what position they hold. For example,
But what I'm saying, for instance, if you have a teacher that is retiring from an elementary campus that had excessive teacher already, right? And that teacher is resigning.
yes,
Or
and I
retiring.
take the vacancy as a savings.
Okay, but the staff number, the 5 that you're telling us, does it include that? Okay, well, there's this excessive teacher here, but she's retiring. So I can place her here, so now we don't have an excessive teacher.
If that's the case, yes.
But I'm asking you if that's what was considered, the retirees
Well,
and the
because I
resigning.
don't know who's handing in retirements, they're coming in on a daily basis. So maybe at one point when we did the staffing, it was an access person at that point in time. But if somebody turns in a resignation tomorrow, then I don't have an access person anymore.
But you already have an idea of who's retiring, because you're saying they're coming in daily, right?
I don't know who comes in on a daily basis. I mean, I do have resignations, they're being emailed to me, to my staff, and it's from all of the employee groups.
I don't know, but that would help me kind of decide on this one.
We do try, like I said, we do try to make sure that we can allocate the staff that is identified as excess into vacancies as they come available. Again, especially in the secondary, I've got to look to see that they have the appropriate certification. It's easier at the elementary level. At the secondary, it's a little bit more challenging.
Let me take a crack at trying to answer your question. If when we reorganize and we get staffing, we found there was an excess, we're gonna close that position. Now, bless you. Now that person could have retired, but we're not gonna open it, it's like someone else in there. So we are identifying that as an excess.
Because of the numbers.
Because of the numbers, yes.
Okay. That's what I need.
Clarify?
Yes.
There's a motion.
I'll second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Barnes, no.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was the motion, yes.
Yeah, Ms. Barnes was a motion and Ms. Ortega was a second. Adrian, can you pull the board then?
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Zuniga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Now that will take us to item 7, which is the elementary music program redesign, program change. And I'll just say, now we're starting to get into the more complicated ones. And I don't know, I guess for me and Ms. Ortega's group, we were talking about a hybrid model. And I think Dr. Galaviz had mentioned in regards to, I think I'm okay with elementary, how it's gonna be staffed. But maybe one of those is a 3. Could be at the high school, because we do need to grow that program long term, and so that was part of the conversation. And
Sorry, so 3 elementary?
yeah, so whatever was at the elementary would be one of the 3 that we're getting rid of. One would go to the high school, because we do need assistance from that.
But don't we have one at the high school already?
No, we have a director, but he's also in charge of all of the elementary. So in order, as we're building the school, to build our programs, as that young lady was, as you see that we're growing it, is to move a music teacher, not necessarily from there to the high school to help out with the marching band. That will free up our director to help at the elementary, the music, and middle school, those programs.
I like that idea. My question is, of our elementary music teachers, do any of them have the certifications and the ability to fill that position?
What I understand, I'll have Mr. Rodriguez here with his no. Is that correct, Mr. Rodriguez?
The music teachers have the certification.
But they don't have
But they
the
don't
high
have
school,
the expertise
the
to.
high school experience.
But what about the expertise to be a marching band director? I mean, that's a.
No, I'll let Mr. Rodriguez answer.
Yes, we do. Thank you. Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. Mr. We used to be
Good evening, board. Good evening. Yes, hi. My name is Mr. Rodriguez, and I'm the District Fine Arts Administrator. This is Mr. Mario Rivas. He's our Fine Arts Consultant. So the proposal, or the idea that we propose to reconstruct the district is, again, moving forward with the agenda that we have to build the Fine Arts Department as a district. My goal, what I would like to pursue, is to, again, build a district, not just in band, but obviously starting an orchestra program, starting a mariachi program in the future, building our middle school band, our middle school choir, and then, of course, looking over the elementary's positions. So what I'm proposing, what we came up with, is obviously creating a fine arts director overall to oversee. That will be my position. Right now, I oversee the high school band right now. So what we propose is, if we can move one of those FTEs that we're gonna remove from the elementary, and assign it to the high school and to help assist with the high school program, right? That way we can step out and we can oversee the department as a district as a whole. Does that make sense? Mr. Olivas, you want to?
When it comes down to the elementaries, we would consolidate, let's say we have elementary A and B, okay? You have 6 teachers right now at the elementaries. Have one elementary teacher teach third, fourth, and fifth at school A, have lunch and conference, teach third, fourth, and fifth at school B. That would happen with all 3. Now, elementary teachers are fine arts certified. We are also proposing to make sure we will provide professional development for them so that they're not going in, they'll be teaching K1 and 2, those grades, and we will make sure that they have the proper professional development so that they're not going in there blind. And this way, we are not getting rid of any of the fine arts at the elementaries. We are just restructuring them. So their homeroom teacher, once again, will teach K1 and 2. The fine arts specialist will teach, specialist teacher will teach third, fourth, and fifth, so that we have one teacher teaching at 2 schools, the other teacher teaching at the other 2 schools, and so forth.
I'm sorry, but with all due respect, I don't agree with that. And first of all, we're not El Paso, and our population, I don't understand why we have a director, to be honest with you, with all due respect. I don't see the need. And as far as the students at the elementary having music, or you said fine arts at the lower grades?
Correct.
My grandsons love going to music, even though it's once a week. They love going to music, not doing art, going to music. My great granddaughter, the same thing. And like I said before, this is a motivator. This is a motivator for the students. You can't expect them, especially in the STAR testing, to be just academics. They look forward to going to music. All right? And I agree, we do have to build the program at the high school. It's been in dire need for a long time. But, Mrs. Sparkstown, is Mr. Ramos not our music teacher?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Thank you, and he was at the high school, so he is certified as a marching band director. And so I am not in agreement that fine arts be taught or for the lower kids. I think that they need music.
Just to clarify, they will be taught music. Yes.
By the teacher?
Correct.
Yes,
they'll be able to sing. There's instruments, there's bell kits, there's org instruments, there are recorders. They will be taught music as well as dancing, as well as coloring. So they'll get the full spectrum of fine arts. But they will be taught music, yes. We will make sure that those teachers have the professional development to teach those classes.
And so then you're going to be working with the other teachers for the orchestra, you said, at the elementaries?
Correct. We're going to start them off on, I believe,
what grade level?
Third, fourth, and
fifth. So third, fourth, and fifth graders, we're going to be implementing a general music class. So we will start, the goal is for us to start our kiddos in 6th grade. By the time they go to 6th grade, they're going to have an option to either join band, orchestra, or choir. That's the goal. So in the elementary levels, we're gonna be offering just a general music class with recorders or whatever the teachers, whatever we provide to them. But the actual choice will be in 6th grade. So by the time they go to 6th grade, those kids gonna have an option. So,
but don't they have the option already? When they go to 6th grade, don't they have the option to join band, join orchestra or join choir?
Well, right now, we just provide band and choirs and but again, our goal as a district is to offer the orchestra program as well. And that's going to open up to eventually having a mariachi program at the high school. You know, just so we can give our kids the same opportunity that they're getting at EPIZ, Socorro, and Savannah. And I agree with you, we're not those three districts. We're not. But what we're trying to do as a fine arts department is to offer our kids the same opportunity that they're getting at EPIZ, so we can keep them in the district. Because a lot of our kids are going to Franklin and Coronado to join those programs. So we want to make sure that we offer those programs here, and we can keep them here. So the extracurricular activities, especially fine arts, we can use it as a tool to keep them here to recruit and not lose our kids to other districts. That's pretty much the objective that we want to implement with the fine arts.
Mr. Chair, are we following a specific model that is being used by some of the other districts?
We did this in Isleta, yes, and it worked. All those programs are they're very healthy, and they also have. I'm sorry, they also have mariachi programs, which came up to was brought to our attention that we would, I guess, they would like to start that here as well in Canutillo. And is it at every high school? For the most part, yes. So yes, we have done this before. I've done this before, yes. And so has Mr. Rodriguez. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I support mariachi. I think we bought some outfits 2 years ago that they haven't used, so yes, I support the mariachi program 100%.
But it has to start at the bottom level. We've got to get those kids going. It just doesn't happen at the top.
Thank you.
And if I may, one more thing, and again, we understand that obviously our deficit, everything that we're going through, we have to make those moves, and we get it. So our proposal is we're trying, again, understanding the sacrifices of moving teachers around, kind of teachers and stuff like that. So this proposal, it's going to help us, and it's going to move our objective going forward, which again, building the fine arts in general. Again, still dealing with the punches and dealing with the cuts, we're still going to be able to move forward, with the objective that we have for the whole fine arts department.
And the deficit.
And the deficit.
Ms. Ortega, and then Ms. Maldonado.
I was just gonna mention that if we do decide to, do the hybrid, we would have to change the motion and state it on there that we would, move one of the elementary teachers up to the high school and then give them all the training that they need to be able to fill that position.
We would ask for administration's recommendation, which I believe that's right.
Yes, you would have to change that motion, because that would change that number of 286,000. It would.
Instead of 3 staff members, it'll be 2.
Then you're okay with that recommendation?
So the hybrid would be to take one of the elementary up to the high school, so we use that same, right? But yes.
Okay, so Ms. Maldonado has a question.
So I'm just curious, why do we have a consultant for music? Or what did you say your title was?
Canutillo music consultant. And I was hired this year because you all had 3 openings at the high school 1 week before school started. And I did my 30 years in Isleta, retired 4 years ago. I'm also a music consultant for Seguin ISD and for Fagans. But when I was contacted, my job was to find 3 highly qualified teachers for the high school band, high school dance, and flags as well, which I think I did. And,
so we need a consultant when we have a human resource chief executive director?
Dr. Galaviz contracted.
See, this is exactly what we're talking about, Dr. Galaviz. I'm sorry, but this is the top heavy. If we have a consultant, now we have a director, that's payroll. And that's top-notch salary when you're wanting to cut teachers.
At the beginning of the year, it was very hard to fill the high school marching band with one week. On top of that, we had performed at Casby in October, get that ready. So, I mean, so I brought in someone that knows. I know HR doesn't know music, she doesn't play an instrument. I don't know music, I don't play an instrument. He's going to be an expert. And Mr. Olivas did us a favor and said, hey, we got to cut. What do you propose? Why not sacrificing our music program?
Well, we had a music teacher, we had a director. You could have used the other music teachers throughout the district to create a panel to hire someone. For the record, Adrian, can you please note that I am in disagreement with a band director at the high school and a consultant at the high school. I think that is top heavy, and this is what the community is against.
Well, then cut the music, all the model.
Dr. Valdez, with all due respect, I did just ask, because I was asking who you were. I had never met you before. So, what is your name?
Oh, my name is Marty Olivas. I was the high school band director for 12 years, actually all levels in Isleta, and then the instructional specialist and the assistant fine arts director for 18. And I did my 30 years in Isleta, and now I just help out school districts who do not have the resources to, or my job was actually hiring teachers, doing scheduling for all 50 campuses in their fine arts departments, for fine arts programs, and that's basically it. I mean, I come in and I know a lot of the teachers in the area, in the state of Texas, and I just try to fix problems.
Well, and I appreciate that, and it's nice to meet you. But
Same
I
here.
do just want to make it clear, Dr. Valdez. I just asked who this gentleman was, and if he was on our payroll, and you told me no.
Exactly.
I asked.
We hired him as a contractor.
Just to clarify, Mr. Olivas has done a good job, but he is not an employee of the district.
No, but he's
a contractor.
So he's not on payroll, but we're paying
But
him.
we don't contract him to be here.
No, I
We don't contract him to be every day.
Oh, no, I'm not here every day.
We don't, no, I mean, but I'm just saying, if you were to charge I met with you every day, you went and recruited, and that's not part of the contract. You did
Correct.
way and above and beyond, and our program was dying. I don't even went to Friday Night Lights, our program was dying.
And I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying.
And so I brought in an expert, because we had nobody. And so I'm not gonna, I mean, Mr. Owens, you did a great job, and
Well, thank you.
I really do apologize.
No, I'm doing my job like I was asked to, so, I mean, that's what it is.
And I know that this will probably add more fuel to the, but we lose a lot of our music talent to Natchez. And, you know, we've seen the numbers, going down at the Friday Night Lights. We've all seen it. And, you know, I keep hearing parents say, well, why don't we let Natchez participate, at least one extracurricular activity? And maybe that's something we need to revisit as a board.
Yes, I absolutely agree, Ms. Vega. I was actually just about to say that, Mr. Director, you're trying to streamline the music programs across the district, correct? Correct. Well, Natchez is not being included in that because one, the only student music programs we have there is run by students, so it's harder for us on top of our schoolwork, and two, it's extremely inaccessible because the people who are in there have to pay for their own instruments. Not everyone can be in there. So I think it's really important to consider Natchez.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you, and that is one of the things that, for the future, we have talked about the idea of including those kids into the music program, into the competitive music program, which is offered at Canutillo High School, because we do lose a lot of kids, especially from Canutillo Middle School to Alerete. This year, when I came on board, I got hired in July. So when I was making phone calls to parents and kiddos to see who was gonna be interested to be part of the band, about 25 kids from the middle school went to Northwest, which is great. Phenomenal band students that wanted to be part of the band program at the high school, but unfortunately they couldn't participate. So that is definitely, that could be a conversation for the future to see how we can bridge those two kids, so we can give those kids an opportunity to compete, not just in band, but in orchestra and choir. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's super important because I mean I've experienced it myself. I was super passionate about orchestra in middle school, and then I had to sacrifice that for elementary. So.
Go ahead. Ms. Barnes.
So my motion would be to follow the recommendation of the elementary music redesign for the three, well, technically, I guess, 3 music teachers to share the 6 elementary schools, and one of the staff members that would be, what word do I use? Relocated, designated to the high school for the hybrid program. I'm sorry if I didn't say that right. And I'll second that motion.
Just to be clear, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So the motion is to move one of the 3 that we're going to keep.
No,
Or it's gonna be one of the people that we're gonna lose.
Correct.
So technically, we're just gonna lose 2 teachers. That's okay. Okay. Yeah.
There's a motion.
That's a proposal.
Is there a second?
Is that the second you understood? That's the, yes. Everybody on board?
I have a question. So, since we already have a director hired, Dr. Valadez, is there any, with all due respect, I thank you for everything that you've done, even though I just now met you and I just now found out that this position existed. But is there any way now that we have a director, why do we still need a consultant?
That is our job, is to work ourselves out of it, so.
But we're still eliminating 2 music teachers.
Yes.
That's the cost.
Any other questions? Not?
Right.
Adrian, will you pull the board?
Ms. Barnes.
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado.
No.
Mr. Martinez.
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Zuniga.
Yes.
Motion passes.
That will take us to number 8, which is the nursing and health services. At any point, do you all want to take a break or? Well, let's say after we decide on problem.
Thank you all for being here, and just really important for you all to be here, and thank you for being here this day.
That will take us to 8, nursing and health services district-wide program changes. Is there any questions?
So, in the information that we were given again today, from my understanding, is that the recommendation is possibly to have 3 RN nurses, no coordinator, and the nurses would be upgraded to a nurse manager with 7 LVNs. Is that correct? And the RN will be in charge of the LVN supervision, admin duties, nurse responsibilities, including the oversight of the SNAP and EMR, scheduling SOPs, policies, ARDs, 504s, health plans, and anything else. My question is, will these RNs be housed at a campus or at the Lone Star?
No, these are registered nurses, and so we need to make sure that all 10 campuses are covered. And so what happens is that you would have, for option 1, you would have one of the registered nurses at the high school, because they have every program under the sun, and then they have the largest number of enrollment. And then we'd have an LVN at Northwest. And so what would happen is, whenever there's an issue or there's an ARD or something that needs to be covered for Northwest, that registered nurse
handles the load for those two. And then you see the same thing for RN2. They would service one campus and the feeder pattern with the 3 LVNs. And so they would supervise those LVNs at the other 3 campuses. Now keep in mind, they would have to shift because of situations like, let's say, Jose Damian is having ARDs and 504 meetings on Wednesdays. So the nurse would go cover those ARDs and that nursing clinic, and then the LVN would go to the other campus that the RN is not attending to. So it's kind of like they're working in their little pods where there's the registered nurse with the LVNs, because the LVNs cannot operate without a registered nurse, a licensed registered nurse.
So you would basically have, at the middle schools, probably an RN, right? The feeder pattern you said.
It depends on the campus that needs a registered nurse more. For example, Reyes has more medical conditions, more medical issues, so we might have the RN there most of the time and the LVNs at the others. It just depends on
So
that.
basically the RN could be at any campus.
Oh, absolutely.
That has the need.
At the RN. And every
The RN
RN
would be
too.
there, not with an LVN.
No.
An LVN would be at one of the other campuses.
Correct. That we have to cover every campus. We are seeing an uptick in seizures, epilepsy, type 2 diabetes. So yes, it's requiring someone who's got that pedagogy.
Thank you.
I have a question for Maya. Is there a way in regards to, you know how you say CPA preferred, or, I mean, not necessarily preferred, can we allow, if anybody wanted to take, you know, an LVN job and it's a registered nurse?
They can always be overqualified for the position, sure.
Especially in a high demand job.
Chair. So you say, no, we're always applying for grants.
Yes, sir.
What are the possibilities that there's a grant out there that we can apply for?
My department continuously is active in looking for grants. So we will do whatever we need to help provide support in any way we can with grants. So I will definitely start looking at that as well.
Thank you.
So I just want to be clear, with administration's recommendation number 1, we would be looking at an RN that would service high school and early college, and each of those campuses would have their own LVN. And then
So we would have, for the high schools, we would have 1 RN and 1 LVN.
Oh, 1 and 1.
1 and 1.
Okay. And then the second RN would be between the middle school.
1 middle school and 3 elementaries.
Okay. So where is the extra LVN coming from? Because there's 8 LVNs. So if we only have
There's 7.
1, 2.
You're looking at the wrong option.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Please excuse me. It's almost 11 o'clock at night. I'm done.
And what I do want to make sure I reiterate, because I know this was a question or a statement that Ms. Maldonado was saying, the nurse managers, because of the fact that they become supervisors of LVNs and their license is part of that, that's why we were trying to suggest that, so that the nurses feel that they have that capability to do with the LVNs. And then on top of that, because there are certain things that I myself cannot do, or anybody in this district that doesn't have the license, which I listed in those bullets, those are the things that have to be taken care of by a nurse.
Mr. Chair, I know we have a parent that's also RN, say that again, can we hear from her? No.
Mr. Rodriguez, if I may. My concern is that I want to make sure that all our kids are safe, and I think that a certificate of an RN really offers that protection for our kiddos. They have a different training than an LVN does, and I just want to make sure that our kids are going to be safe, and that there's no liabilities that we're opening up ourselves up to, in doing this.
Well, and I can tell you, if you have a registered nurse who goes into this position, they're gonna do everything in their power, because it's their license is on the line as well. So they'll make sure LVNs are following protocol, that they have those conversations, they're doing the professional development with the LVNs to ensure that they are completing the plans.
Does that apply only in a controlled environment? Because obviously, we're talking two different places. The RN can be at Canutillo High School, the LVN can be at Jose Damian. It's not a controlled environment, really.
That is correct. So what happens is that our RN is just going to be in constant contact. The good thing about it is we do have an emergency medical record system, and so LVNs have to put their treatments into that system, and the nurses can constantly be pulling that information and those reports to ensure that everything is being complied with.
So, Mr. Blanco, devil's advocate here. What happens if this third grader gets the wrong medication, goes into convulsion, the RN shows up an hour later, you get sued?
Yes. The district can be sued, but thank you. The district has broad immunity for its educational function and services provided in connection with that. So, yeah, if something bad happens, there are lawsuits that are filed, but there are very, very discrete defenses that apply to them.
Okay, maybe I wasn't as tired as I thought, or I'm really, really tired and I'm re-asking the same question I thought. So when I'm looking at this, there are technically 11 nurses between the LVNs and the RNs. We only have 10 campuses. So are we going to have an extra person? There are 8 LVNs and there are 3 RNs. 8 plus 3 is 11. We only have.
You're looking at option 1. We're looking at option 2.
Oh, that was not my motion. Okay. Got it. So,
why is option 2? Option 2 is if it's pending the consolidation of another campus.
So should we vote on that first?
Yeah.
So should we vote on that first?
Well, but if you think about it, you're gonna have, if you think about it, okay.
That's why I was confused, because I didn't think we were looking at that one, because I thought we were looking at number 1, because we had not talked about EDE and Z.
If they consolidate, then we're gonna have 9 campuses, correct?
Correct.
So that means that we would have an additional possibly, well, not RNs, I would assume, but LVNs, correct? That can be played. If the consolidation happens, then we're going to have 9 campuses.
Correct.
So you would still have your RN at the high school.
Correct.
With their LVN, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Northwest would have an LVN.
Northwest would have an LVN.
So that's 2 LVNs, right? Then you would have your second RN at one of the middle schools or elementaries, right?
So for that particular one with the 9 campuses, RN number 2 and RN number 1 will stay the same. High school, LVN at Northwest. RN number 2 and 3, we would have to look at population and then determine the RN and where the 2 LVNs and the RN where the 3 LVNs go.
So we would have 2, yes. But each campus would still have
be housed
one or the other.
Correct.
So now when you're saying at the high school, it's 1 RN and 1 LVN.
No, ma'am, it's 1 RN
and the LVN is at
Northwest.
Got you.
I mean, I would love to have an LVN at the high school, but we're looking at where we are, but.
Are we good?
I just don't understand how we're voting on this as a recommendation if we haven't voted on this.
If we would close the campus and you wouldn't have to so we're on.
But you're saying that might be another savings?
Yes, I don't know.
Because then you wouldn't need 10, you would only need 9.
You see what I'm saying? I feel like we should take the DDE and BCE consolidation
No, it won't.
before we take.
No, because if you vote, right now you have the first option, which has an extra LVN, because you have an extra campus. If later the board decides to approve the recommendation to close DDE, you're going to lose that
So
LVN.
then it would automatically just switch to the second one? Okay, then, cool.
So again, repeat that for me, please? I'm
So,
sorry.
The recommendation right now, as I understand, is option one, the 3 RNs, 1 LVN in Northwest Early College High School, and then 3 LVNs for the middle school and 3 LVNs for the elementary feeder patterns, right? Yeah. That's 10. That's with Davenport in place. Later, here soon, you're going to vote on whether you're going to close the Davenport campus. If you do, next year you won't need an LVN at that campus. It'll be one less. Campus won't be there.
So then it defaults to option 2.
So we're approving option 1.
That's what I was
Right
saying
now you're
earlier,
right.
and then they said I was wrong, so.
No, I thought that what was on the line was option 2. Isn't that what you understood, Ms. McKenna?
No, I understand that it's like we're gonna vote on the one, and if later on if we close on Davenport, then it just
Automatically goes to 2, 7 and 3, versus 8 and 3. You don't even know what options you're making.
It's 3 RNs and 7 LVNs for option 1.
No.
I'm sorry, 3, yes, 3 and 8.
3 and 8 is option 1.
No.
No.
3 and 7 for option 1.
Look
It's
at what you
3
gave us.
and 6 for option 2.
No,
So
that's
then
not
maybe
what
there's
we
a
have.
typo.
That's not what we have.
Oh, I apologize, maybe there's a typo?
That's what
I'm like, I'm
Barnes was
so
saying.
confused. They're reading off of a different page than we're reading off of, and that's where the confusion is.
Yeah, that's where
Barnes is. I'm like, no, there's an extra verse, there's an extra verse. I'll take it, normally that is just time, and they're reading that.
This should be 6 and this should be 7, because that's 10 and then
Higher.
What happened?
Higher. You're right.
Option
Option
1,
should
3
be
RNs,
7.
3 RNs,
And 7 LVNs.
7 LVNs.
So then what
Option
are,
2, 3 RNs, and 6.
so then are the numbers that are presented there correct?
Well, what we're discussing is correct. I don't have the spreadsheet y'all
Okay,
look at.
so I'm going to assume that the numbers that are here are not correct, if the number of positions is not correct. So we'll get it updated. Okay.
For the savings.
Thank you. I'm not crazy.
Is there a motion?
My motion is to approve, administration's recommendation of number 1, keeping 3 RN nurse managers, 7 LVNs. Yes.
Is there a second?
I second.
There's a motion and a second. Adrian, can you pull the board?
Ms. Barnes,
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado,
Yes.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega,
No.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Zuniga.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And just for the record, if this is correct, legal, if later we make the decision on DDE, it will change to option 2 with third.
You won't have to vote on that. It'll just happen.
But it will happen. I just want it for the record. It would change to 3 RN nurse managers and 6 LVNs.
And Dr. Galavis, for the record, if, we're gonna need clarification or, changes for the savings and the costs, please, thank you.
Now, item 9, which is DDE campus closure and consolidation. Is there a question or a motion?
I would like to make a motion on this one for DDE to come off the list.
Is there a second? I'll second.
A second.
Is there any discussion? Yeah.
Can we have, You know, if we combine the schools, we're looking at 682 enrollment. Deanna Davenport is at 289, and believe me, this is not an easy job. But we really need to look at the cost of keeping it open. Plus, this is temporary. They're going to go into a brand new building. I know that a lot of the talk is about the students and getting used to or falling out of the routine. But when they go into that new building, it's going to be a whole new routine. It's not going to be the particular students there right now. And then when they go to the middle school, it's another routine. So, I know that this is a hard decision, and I understand the SUNYCA, but I think we really need to consider and maybe have a little bit more discussion. But I would like to know the cost of keeping it open versus the cost of the savings by combining them. If that's possible, Dr. Galaviz? Comparison?
There's so many other questions if I might answer that.
Well, that's one thing I would like to see.
Are you talking about personnel, Ms. Maldonado? That's $1,243,384.
For Deanna Davenport? Can you go over it again, please?
Yes, $1,243,384.
Yeah, I touched on that. It's shared on it? But how about for the facility itself? Because if it were to close, that building would be vacated? Or we would still have utility costs and things like that?
Your utility costs will decrease. We don't really itemize them by school. I can tell you we spend, give or take, $900,000 in electric throughout the year, $445,000 in water, and $145,000 in gas. We really don't have it itemized, but we can look at what it would
Mr. Chair.
But what is, hold on, Mr. Martinez. But what is, so when I asked if it would be vacated, it would be empty, vacant. It would, you'd still have to have some kind of utility cost, because it would be what?
Well, yeah, you wouldn't abandon it like that. There would be other uses for the district. Even if it's storage, there would be some other use, and you would need to run, for example, a surveillance system. If you store something in there, you want to make sure that it's safe. So you would need some type of electricity. You would need some type of internet. You would need something to keep it running, and that's if other programs don't get relocated there, right? So I know we've discussed that in the past. I just don't know what the answer would be if it closes. What would happen?
If it's consolidated, this is for next year, right? Starting school year, August next year?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. I understand about saving $1.2 million if we close that one. The only thing that I don't see is the breakdown. How much we're gonna save in utilities, how much we're gonna save with the relocation of the staff, how much we're gonna save in really actually the moving of the kids from obviously from Westway to Bill Children's. I think we need to have those numbers clear, and the full number of 1.2, I don't see it. I really don't. My opinion is I don't think we're gonna see this thing, to be honest with you.
And this is strictly personnel, so it's not accounting.
I think we need to see everything. I don't wanna end up like lectures that a program manager just came out and to relocate those portables is gonna be an additional $300,000. It's gotta be clear. I don't have a problem. I think simple fact that we're moving to a new campus, and I think it's a win-win for the district. Yes, we've always challenged those kids out of Westway. Yes, I think Deanna Davenport was built in the wrong location. Yes, it's their community. They're very proud, and I'm sorry, but the reality of things is that I would like for it to stay, except the numbers don't make any sense. So right now I want to say, well, no, but I would like to see the numbers in order to have an educated decision. whether to vote yes or no.
I can tell you that the last time we looked at it, the utilities washed off the busing, right? So utilities was about 100,000. The last time we looked at utilities as a number, and the busing itself would be about another 100,000. So the utility savings washes off the cost that you're gonna have in transportation. That's why we decided to keep it at just personnel.
And you're gonna have to supervise that school even when it's closed. It's in Westway, it's on the far end of Westway, anything can happen there.
And I know that last year there was discussion about relocating Lone Star and relocating the folks that are in that building to Deanna Davenport. I think even when we had the community meetings, you know, that there was some discussion about that. I know Dr. Reyes, you know, has the pantry and has some of those services that she provides that would be a good location at Davenport. That was a discussion that was had in previously. In your folders, I think you were provided with a sheet. This is just a preliminary projection on combining both campuses. I know currently, as Ms. Maldonado mentioned, there would be 682, but for next year, the projection is 620 students. And right now, just like I said, in very preliminary work, we have 24 excess personnel that we would have to relocate.
And Benton is growing. I see Benton really exceeding the 682 student population there. Children's Elementary School.
Well, you have the development around there.
Sure, and is Bill Childress signed to handle that many students?
Yes, it's at the capacity.
It will be to capacity with 682?
No, it will not be capacity at 682. Let me pull the figures on the capacity itself.
If I may.
That's another issue, elementary 800, that's exceeding it.
So the capacity of Bill Childress is 913.
Now.
I'll back this up.
So, real quick, I mean, there's several factors, right? I mean, you still have the cost of portables, the busing. If there's an increase in, let's say, Bill Childress, because that's where all the development is going, right? When you're starting to see people going to that campus, and what you're gonna end up having to do is if we merge them, you're gonna have maybe an $800 student campus by next year. Hopefully. But right now, it would be 700. For sure, you would have 700, maybe another 25, and so I don't think the capacity is there. The other thing is, I mean, my biggest concern is the unintended consequences in regards to the last three. I think Deanna Davenport, you know, you talked about the pre-K program and the Montessori. These are programs that I think have a niche and have created a demand for coming in to our district, and so the concern there is the unintended consequences. So that's why I think we've.
You guys have a motion to remove it.
Yeah.
From the list. There's a second.
If I may, before we vote on this, so, were you finished with something? Okay. I know that initially we were, looking at if we transfer those teachers over to, BCE, we would have an excess of so many left over, but of course some of those were possibly positions of retirement or resignations from the district, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so my question is, looking at DDE the way that it is, DDE the way that it is, are there classes that are low in numbers that could be combined together where we have some savings at that campus without closing the campus altogether?
No, so you usually have one section each. When we look at it, and there's some exceptions, there's some grades where you have exceptions, but you're going to have a bilingual section and a monolingual section, which is what creates the issue of you don't really have. in that movement.
And there's no, legality wise, I guess, there's no way around that, you cannot combine bilingual and general classes together? Different instruction, okay. I'm really supporting what Mr. Rodriguez said here in regard to the unintended consequences, and I think there's a ton. My biggest issue is the fact that we have a strong community there at UDE. We have strong administration there at UDE, strong teachers, so on and so forth. And then in a couple years, if we cut all of those people, a couple years we're going to be trying to restaff and get all of that community back. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think honestly we'll burn bridges by doing that, and I don't think that that's good. I do think that this is a learning opportunity for the district when it comes to marketing of different things, because as a district we promised in certain ways, maybe not full front, but we said during the bond that if the bond passed, the campus would stay open. And here we are again the very next year after the bond passed, and we're looking at it closing again, and that is a problem. We can't make threats just to get what we want. And it's a shame to me that it was even brought back up after those things were said. And I know, administration, you guys only have so much to work with, right? You put what's on here, you put what is available, but that's disappointing to me for our community, because things were said, promises were made, and then we're going back on our promise, and I don't like that. And I do think that the unintended consequences far outweigh, in my opinion, the savings that would happen.
I was just gonna say that if you look at the, there's 25 teachers, 14 would be transferred, 11 would be excessive. But, I find it hard to believe the savings, because a 30-year teacher is lucky making $67,000. And I mean, I don't know how many years these teachers have, but quite frankly, besides your hourly, they're the lowest paid. So I don't know. I would like more information again on, is that an exact amount of the personnel that you have listed on here as far as the dollar amount?
Right now, for example, with the teachers, you know how it's got 11 excess? I know that I have some retirements or separations at BCE and DDE. That number would probably right now go down to about 6.
What is that?
Adrian, want to pull it one?
No, there's no motion.
There's a motion to remove it.
Oh, to remove it.
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
No.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
That will take us to the pre-K program elimination. Is there a motion to, do we want to keep or?
I make a motion that we, keep pre-K program. Pre-K 3, I'm sorry, So I make a motion to remove, the elimination of pre-K 3 program. I second.
Is there any discussion? For the board?
Second? Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Zuniga?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Number 11, the Montessori program. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to remove this from the program and to revisit once we have the new facilities being built, ready to open. Bring back this program once again.
So you're,
So I would like to recommend to eliminate the program.
so you're going with administration's
Yes,
recommendation?
correct.
I second.
I would recommend against it, but we'll see. I mean, this is really intended consequences. You have this, have talked about, there's 20 people on the waiting list to a campus that we need kids. We're trying to eliminate there, and
If I may, in regard to the Montessori, I think that we need to look at the students that are on the waiting list and the students that are enrolled, since we only received half funding for the students that qualify. I had asked for information in regard to whether or not the money that we're receiving for the Montessori program for ADA, if it's actually even covering the salaries that for those positions, because as much as I love this program, and
that's pre-K though. I mean, it's
it is, but at the end of the day, Montessori costs more money with all the materials and everything else they needed. We're looking at a $300,000 savings here. So that was a question that I asked. I did not get that information. So if we wanted to table this for later, after we vote on the motion that's made, I would not be opposed to that, but I want to make sure that the program that is currently in place is not putting us further in the hole.
I would recommend that we table and look at both, because I mean, pre-K is the same thing as Montessori. You're getting the same.
And Ms. Rodriguez, I agree with you. The issue is that the K through 3 has been here longer. That's the only reason. But I also asked for this information prior to coming to this board meeting. You didn't get it. And that's the biggest concern that I have is, if I don't get it, how can I make an educated decision? And I don't want, it's not that I want to micromanage anybody, it's just that I want to get this information on my hands before I make a decision. Very simple.
The other information, and I spoke with Dr. Kearney and Dr. Ariano and Dr. Carillo, I believe it was, during the workshop. Some of my concerns, I actually love Montessori. I studied it in college. I love the model of Montessori, but it's very specific of the way that it's supposed to be followed. And so I have concerns in regards to the program in general and whether or not it's going to be effective in the long run, since we stop it at a certain age instead of following it through its fruition. And so I commend the district in starting the Montessori program, and ultimately in the end, when we have the budget available to continue it, I hope that we don't just continue it, I hope that we grow it. Maybe we can use DDE as a Montessori school, use one of the empty campuses as a Montessori school so that we follow it all the way through. But ultimately, we're looking at budget and how to
it goes back to, you talked about the
unintended consequences, and I agree with you.
You're eliminating a program. To rebuild it is going to be even worse, especially once we've lost those kids to the teachers to El Paso, because it's very tough to recruit them. So we're even having more unintended consequences.
You're not wrong.
The Montessori program and the pre-K are pretty much the same thing. It's just the way it was taught. I mean, you have kids.
Yeah, it's the model.
Yeah, it's the model that's different, but and the issue here is when research shows what we need to get is more kids entering early on, which is a pre-K, because they end up staying in the elementary, and then hopefully now with the rebuilds of the middle schools, they're going to stay there, and that's, so, I mean, there's some serious unintended consequences if we do.
Mr. Chair.
So my question too was about the Montessori program. You know, up until what age or up until what grade level do we offer it? And so that was my question as far as, is it a strong investment as far as we are going to continue to see, this, what do you call it? The seeds of that. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, the harvest, right? And the other question was, of the students that are in the Montessori, do they all belong to the district? Or is it open enrollment, kind of?
We are currently an open enrollment district, and that helps us with our funding. And so your other question was, do we go up? We go up to kinder right now. We can expand it, and we already do have the materials. So we did invest a lot in the program, so we don't have to repurchase them. But if we were to expand, yes, we would have to purchase more materials. But you know, for now, since we don't have the money, we're not able to expand. But later on, we would love to be able to expand.
And then this program can expand even further. Right now you're saying it goes to kinder, right?
Right.
So what happened?
We just started like, I think 3 years ago, 2 years ago.
So if it doesn't continue, if we don't have the funding to expand it, it goes through kinder, and then those students that are in the district would just go to a regular type classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you happen to know how many students we have that are out of district in that program?
I don't think I have the info on how many are out of district, because we really admit them because they will bring funding with it. As long as they're within the El Paso area and not coming from New Mexico. We don't have any coming from New Mexico. But as long as they're coming from the El Paso area, we admit them because it brings funding. And
what I'm afraid of and what I'm questioning is that once we get to a certain level, what's to say they're not returning back to their home campus or back to the district of Paso? You know what I'm saying?
But that the same can be said for really all grade levels, because we do admit students at all grade levels from all over the El Paso area, even at Northwest. I mean, just all of our schools. So, and it helps our enrollment. So that's why
they have the numbers. One of our employees. Do you have those numbers?
The numbers that we currently have of students in. I don't have the out of district, but I have our total number of kids that we have. We have 60.
Mr. Rodriguez, if I may. And my question was, how much money have we already invested into the Montessori that we would decide on if we were to close it at this point?
That's a good question. Yeah, so we've spent quite a bit on the materials. Sandra, if you want to join me. And then, of course, recruiting teachers and aides has been a real challenge. And we were able to hire some really great teachers. So we would lose them. And then the materials were about, how much?
It was about $30,000 per classroom. That includes furniture and the Montessori specific materials. So
you're looking at 2 classrooms? How much are you looking?
Three classrooms.
So $90,000 for materials. And how many kids do you have?
You know, when I said 60, I had included the pre-K 3. I'm sorry. So this is about 46 between GES and DDS.
We only get 50% funding on these kids?
Correct. Because it's pre-K 3.
So 46, and how many of those actually qualify?
So at Montessori DDE, 17 qualified. GES, currently 11 qualified.
And we only get funding for the ones that qualify, correct?
That's correct.
Half the funding.
So you get $140,000. Your expenses are the teachers and
Paying for the teachers, the aides.
So how much are we spending on the teacher cost and the aides?
The Montessori teachers, you mean on each one?
No, just
total. Montessori here, it's $309,746. That is 3 non-exempt, which is your aides, and 3 teachers.
And the teachers are getting paid on regular teachers' pay scale, correct?
They're getting paid the minimum of 60,000, and I think I've got one that is making a little bit more.
So we're losing $169,346.
Yes.
With the understanding that once they move up the ladder, become students at the Kennedy Independent School District, that at that point we'll collect $5,100 per student.
Once they become in kindergarten.
Kindergarten. So we're talking about a 2-year investment, correct?
Correct.
So we've had this program for 2 years. That means that the next generation will be collecting more money, correct?
The next generation.
I mean, when they move to kinder.
That's correct.
Right?
Yes, if
They'll-
they stay in the district, will continue to collect.
So then, how many kids are we expecting to move to the kinder level? Next year, the 25-26 school year.
Well, right now, between, looking at the numbers so we have 17 that will move up to kinder.
Okay.
Currently have 11
17.
that we're getting full ADA for within those 2 classrooms. But then we'll have, 17 pre-K4 that will move up.
I think next year we might, if we're losing $69,000, which is better. And I think that's what we at the administration level need to be working. You know, look at the numbers. How does it look next year, and how are we vested next year to really not be losing money? We're losing money right now. Next year, we only lost 69,000 for the next school year, 2025, 2026. The following year, we might be able to break even. So, my opinion is, I think as administrators, we need to look beyond, really not just give us the numbers now, but have a vision of what are we looking at, looking down the pipe a year from now.
And
Breaking even. Simple as breaking even will help me a lot. My opinion. Thank you.
well, we currently have students on the waiting list at DDE 19 on the waiting list, and GES 102 on the waiting list.
And I understand, but the expenses are gonna go up. I do agree with you. There's a demand for that specific program, but the teachers, the aides are gonna go up.
Not if we increase. I mean, what you end up doing right now, we could stay put where we're at, but demolishing it, it's gonna be tough to rebuild. You could just make sure that it's more of either a lottery or whatever out of those 120.
Mr. President, I do agree with you 100%. You done the research, it's a good program, it works. Give us those numbers. How do we look ahead a year from now, 2 years from now? No, we gotta be making money. That's the way to go. I mean, I don't wanna be losing money for the next 3, 4, 5 years. Yeah?
So if I may, I think it's important that we have information that you provided so that we can crunch those numbers and look at it, because ultimately, if we're gonna look at losing money year after year after year without the guarantee that those students are coming, the research does show that they are, so I hope that they do. But we need to be able to make those decisions. Is there any other fund that the Montessori program could be funded by besides the 199?
Well, just the House Bill 3, but that's 199 really, but that's, a requirement that we have in programs, and House Bill 3 helps.
So it's already coming.
I don't know any other houses.
And there's no, have we looked into grants for the Montessori program?
Well, so the way that I see this is that when we look at the Montessori program, it has it's a different approach to learning, but it's a way to provide equity to all of our young learners, right? So pre-K3, pre-K4, more of a traditional model. Montessori is also an early childhood program. So those children that we're bringing into Montessori would be coming into our pre-K3, pre-K4 classrooms as well. It's just a different approach. We've already made the investment to purchase the materials, So there's no other additional cost in terms of curriculum. We've invested in the teachers, in recruiting, which is difficult. We are competing now with another district. We were the first in the region to offer the first public Montessori, which is a huge accomplishment. And so I feel like the opportunities that we're providing to the children of Canutillo Independent School District is huge. Where they may not have had the opportunity to participate or to be in a program such as this program, because it's always been for the private sector. And I can tell you, just looking at the numbers, this program was first come was to our Garcia community, Canutillo community, Davenport community. So we've made sure that at the two campuses that we're providing those experiences, just like we opened up pre-K3 at Canutillo Elementary, it's providing differentiated instruction to offer for all types of learners. So because it's a different model. So the way we're seeing it is we've made that investment. We understand that it's difficult to expand it, but the foundation that we're providing by offering it to these two campuses and to this community, because we do get transfers from other campuses within the district, but it's minimal in terms of out of district. I think Davenport, there's 2 out of district, maybe up to 4 at Garcia. So every child that's enrolled in this program are from Canutillo.
And if I may, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may, the students that are on the waiting list at all of these campuses, do we know how many of those students also qualify?
I don't think there's a way to really know until they register, because then we can't really check their.
So there's not a way to do like a lottery, like they mentioned, where you will be accepted first if you qualify for the program, and then if there's additional open spaces after that, then we would open it up.
We could do a Google form, and we could say, is anybody, are you military parent? Are you a first aid responder? We could word it, is your primary language at home Spanish?
Because I personally, like I said, I'm a huge advocate for Montessori, but we have to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a hole, and I understand the unintended consequences of cutting the program. We've already invested in it, but at the end of the day, are we putting ourselves in a hole, right? So if we can look at ways of planning and being more intentional with our enrollment and making sure that the seats that are filled, we're at least receiving ADA for every single seat that's there. And if there aren't enough seats for the people who qualify, then open it up to others. But at the end of the day, then we know we're receiving the most amount of funding from the kids in that class that we possibly can be, while still offering the program. If that's a way for us to do that, I would like to remove my second on the motion for removing this from the list.
Mr. President, can we table that?
Or I'm sorry, for
discussion on
eliminating it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to remove my motion. I would like for us to study this in detail, to look at the numbers, and I tell you, I think, given the fact that we were the first district in the county of El Paso to have a Montessori program, I'd like to see the numbers. I really would like to see the numbers.
The thing is, it's the same. I mean, what's going to happen if we eliminate it? It just goes to a pre-K program, so it's, right? The kids that we would probably switch it over to pre-K.
If they stayed, if they decided to stay, they would, yes, we could put them in either the 3-year-old program or the 4-year-old. Or if the parents prefer for their children to remain in Montessori, they would take them to PPISD where there is Montessori.
Are you removing your motion?
Yes, ma'am. I am removing my motion.
And
we still need the teachers, right? I mean, if they were to stay, we're still pre-K3.
They are special, they have that special certification, Montessori certification. That's why they were hired, because they have that expertise.
But the pay's not that much different, is it?
No, we had to compete. We actually had an item to, because we were already losing them to El Paso. They were trying to steal them from us.
Well, they did. They did. We got some new ones.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we leave it alone.
There's a motion to remove, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Adrian, can you pull the board?
Hold on, I'm confused.
We're removing it from the list, meaning it's not an option
You're
anymore,
not gonna take it out.
correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Are we ready?
I'm sorry. Yes. I make a motion to leave Montessori alone.
So we're removing it from the.
Removing it from the script list.
Adrian, will you pull the board?
Ms. Barnes,
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado,
Yes.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And now we'll take this back to the library program redesign. Is there a motion to approve administration's recommendation and/or?
My motion is to approve administration's recommendation. I would like to state for, administration that if we have extra funds, library is a priority, I think, for most of us, so, but I approve recommendation from administration.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'd like to second that motion.
Adrian, can you pull the board?
Ms. Barnes,
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado,
No.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega,
No.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga.
No.
Motion.
Three.
It actually fails, so it's removed. Unless there's another motion that it has to be somebody that voted it.
I just want to make a comment. Ms. Foley and, Mr. Blanco, what's happening in Socorro with the conservators? They have two conservators, correct? Yes. Which one is finance, one is the budget. It's the conservator, Dr. Michael Hinojosa, clearly told the board that he came in, overruled them. Because they were out balancing the budget. So under today's discussion, lengthy discussion, what was the final tally?
With the cuts, we have reduced the deficit by 3.6 million. However, that would only give us 22 days of fund balance. We would go bankrupt if we adopt this budget.
Alright, I just want to make sure that you understand that, because again, it's not easy. It's not, you're gonna have plenty of people come up and tell you, but, so we have 3.6 million that they decided to cut. So that would give us
22 days.
22
days.
22 days.
That leaves us with a deficit of
2.3.
Sorry?
2.3.
Definitely 2.3.
So, board,
Which is 22 days.
yeah, and you're gonna be back here next year. Same thing. You got the same stuff. There's only so much. So, again, I'll leave you with that and.
So Dr. Nadais, it's tough times, right? Everybody's taking a hit. I'm gonna propose something radical, because you're telling me that if I don't do this, then somebody
Say if
steps
you don't-
in.
If you don't balance the budget,
What if we cut administration's pay by the 3% we had given them 2 years ago?
cut, it's your call.
I second the motion.
Can we get a breakdown of numbers?
It's not on the agenda.
Right,
it's not on the agenda.
can we request a breakdown of those numbers?
I think what we need to look at is there still is a working, budget deficit that we need to look at. We need to be creative, and hopefully there's other options that could come about. There will be options that will come about depending on the legislator. depending on other, items that the board will see in the next coming.
I agree with Ms. Ortega. Can we see what it would look like to reduce the admin's 3% raise that was given to them last year?
And I'm
the year
sorry,
before?
I asked, but.
Yeah, that'll go. We'll provide it.
Thank
Put
you.
it on the agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Those are good numbers.
I'd like to ask that same document that I've been asking for quite a while now. I need that document. And I second that motion, I would like to vote on that, but it's not in the agenda. Let's get it ready.
Let's not make motions in second because we can't.
Right,
But if
correct.
there's a document, please be clarified the document that you want.
I want a document that shows every department the total amount of money that they're paid in salary. That's it.
That's central.
Central office, correct.
Do we understand that? Yeah. Okay. And then the other request by the other individuals. So if you could provide that. That will take us to next item.
Item number 6, consent agenda voting.
Does anybody want to pull an item?
Sure.
No?
Aye,
Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
There's a motion and a second. Adrian, can you pull the board?
Ms. Barnes,
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado,
Yes.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Adjourn. Adjourn. Adrian. Adrian. Adjourn.
Meeting adjournment time is